Eternity. Written by Barbara Cartland. Narrated by Anthony Wren. Chapter 1, 1879. I am sorry, dearest, but the Queen insists that I go to Balmoral, and I simply cannot refuse. Lord Melford spoke very apologetically. His wife, however, pouted her lips and then walked angrily across the room. "How could Her Majesty upset everything, just as we have planned it?" she asked. "I think it's most unfair and very annoying." "I agree with you," her husband replied. "But I'm afraid, my dearest, our Paris trip is off for the moment." Penelope Melford reached the window. As she stood gazing out, her husband thought that the sun catching her dark hair was very attractive. His wife was one of the great beauties of London, and when she had come out as a debutante, she had been a sensation. He had married her before she had time to be spoilt, and after they were married, she became an acknowledged society beauty. While he was very proud of her, he often thought that having such a beautiful wife was a great responsibility. Lord Melford was much older than his wife, and he was nearing 45, while Penelope had just celebrated her 27th birthday. She had, of course, enjoyed marrying someone who was so close to Queen Victoria, and who had such a fine reputation in the House of Lords. Needless to say, the other debutantes were jealous of her. At the same time, she had learned, as she grew older, that she had a wide choice of men who surrounded her every time she appeared at a party. It was not only the perfection of her features, it was also the dazzling white of her skin and her large eyes with a touch of green in them. Penelope was vivacious, amusing, and witty. She was brought up by a clever father, and she knew exactly how to appeal to a man's mind as well as his body. She recognized now that her husband was definitely worried at having upset her, and so she turned towards him with a smile on her lips. "Of course, Arthur," she said, "you have to do what the Queen wants, but I was so looking forward to being in Paris with you." "We will go to Paris another time, I promise you," Lord Melford answered. She drew a little nearer to him. "I was just thinking," she said, "I have ordered a gown which I must have for the ball at Devonshire House." There was silence, and after a moment she went on. "You know that you always want me to be the most spectacular person there, and it is really a wonderful gown from the designs they sent me." Still, Lord Melford did not say anything. After a long moment, in a small and almost childish voice, Penelope said, "Perhaps, dearest, I can just run over for 2 days for the gown and then come back." She gave a sigh and added, "And there will be nothing else to do while you're away." Lord Melford considered this suggestion. "You cannot go alone," he pronounced. No, of course not," Penelope agreed. "But I could take my Aunt Muriel with me. You will remember Lady Lindley. You have met her several times at family parties. She is dull, but very reasonable." Lord Melford laughed. "I'm sure she is. I think if she went with you, and you stayed at the Viscount's house, which he has offered us, you will be safe. Equally, I shall worry a great deal about you." "I will be very well behaved, and then come home as quickly as possible," Penelope promised him. Her husband put his arms around her. "I doubt you will be any of those things. But at the same time, my dearest one, I know you need that gown, and therefore you had better go to Paris. But promise me you will be good." I promise, Penelope cried. "But, dear Arthur, it will not be the same without you." "I only wish I could come with you." Lord Melford kissed his wife, and then she cuddled herself against him. "So the truth is," she murmured, "I have married a man who is so popular that everyone wants him, including the Queen." "I wish that was true," Lord Melford said, "but I have a wife who, unfortunately for me, attracts every man she meets, and they continually buzz around her like bees round a honey-pot." Penelope smiled. "You are quite safe, my dear, as long as they keep buzzing." Lord Melford laughed again. "Well, then, keep them doing so, till I come back. I have to leave very early on Wednesday morning." He kissed his wife and went from the room. When he had gone, Penelope gave what was almost a little childish jump of delight. She had won. She had got what she wanted. It was something she wanted very much indeed. She sat down at the writing desk and wrote a letter. It was brief, and she put it into an envelope and addressed it. Then she walked slowly into the hall and ordered her carriage. It was a victoria drawn by 2 horses, and as the sun was shining, the hood was down. It was 15 minutes later when she drove away from Melford House in Park Lane. She was aware that everyone on the pavement was admiring her, and quite a number of passers-by recognized her. She had given instructions for the coachman to take her driving in Rotten Row, but first they were to stop at a house in Berkeley Square, which meant them driving away from Hyde Park. The carriage stopped outside Welbourne House, and Penelope handed the footman the note she had written. After he delivered it, she was driven back towards Hyde Park, and eventually they reached Rotten Row. There were a large number of other victorias and carriages parading up and down the row. Also, she saw a number of gentlemen on horseback and a few ladies. Penelope's coachman drew up about the centre of Rotten Row, where they usually rested. Almost immediately, 2 young gentlemen rode up, very smart in their top hats and frock coats, and came to the carriage to speak to Penelope. "I really must tell you, Lady Melford, that you are looking even more beautiful than usual," one of them said, while the other gentleman added poetically, "Hyde Park seems dark until you arrived." Penelope smiled at them and made them laugh. However, she kept looking at the riders moving past the victoria, and waving her hand to one man as he raised his hat, and bowing politely to another. There was no doubt that every man passing tried to catch her eye. She was undoubtedly far more beautiful than any other woman in Rotten Row. She very carefully scrutinized everyone passing, and yet Penelope did not see the one person she was looking out for. As she was such a social success, it would have been impossible for her not to have had a very few discreet affairs de cour, of which, of course, her husband was unaware. Penelope was far too clever, and Lord Melford did not have the slightest suspicion that she was interested in any other man. In fact, whenever an affair happened, she was more affectionate and more loving to him than she was at any other time. Many people, especially his family, told him when he had married such a young girl that he was making a mistake. He very sincerely believed that no man could have a more successful marriage. His only sadness was that so far Penelope had not presented him with a son and heir. It was what he needed desperately to inherit his title when he died. "Just don't worry about it so much, dearest Arthur," Penelope said soothingly whenever they discussed it. "It is just one of those things that take time. We must pray that it will happen sooner or later." Actually, she had no wish to lose her figure, which was perfection itself, and it made every man who was infatuated with her compare her to a Greek goddess. At the same time, there had been no one of any real interest in her life until last week. She had gone to a party given by the Duchess of Bedford. The moment she sat down at the dinner table, she was acutely aware of the man who was sitting on her right. She had never met him before, although she had heard of him. He was even more handsome and more attractive than she had been told. The Marquis of Welbourne had been abroad a great deal recently, and that was the reason why they had not met previously. He had spent some time in India, and the best part of a year in Egypt. His father had died while he had been away, and he had become the 4th Marquis, while the earldom went back to the 12th century. Penelope had been told of his magnificent house in the county of Huntingdonshire, and the moors at his castle in Scotland gave him the best grouse shooting in the whole country. She had not been particularly interested. Then she saw the Marquis himself, and she realized immediately why women eulogized about him, but they had found him difficult. "He is often as far away and elusive as the moon," one woman friend told her. Penelope had not understood what she had meant by this until she had spoken to the Marquis herself. There was something aloof about him, something which told her that he would not be easy to capture, and that he was extremely conscious of his own importance. As they sat at the dining table, Penelope said, "I have heard so much about you, my lord. I began to think that you were just an illusion." The Marquis smiled and countered, "And I, of course, have heard of the beautiful Lady Melford." The way he spoke did not make his words sound as complimentary as they should have been. "Now that we have met," Penelope went on, "I hope that you will tell me about yourself, and why you have a reputation for being insultingly discriminating as to who you admire." The Marquis chuckled. "Well, I hope that is true, but I prefer the unusual rather than what everyone expects me to admire. So, I'm always looking for the exceptional." "I can understand that," Penelope replied, "but I do feel sorry for those you sweep on one side as not being good enough." By the time that dinner was finished, Penelope, by making every effort, had, she thought, made him interested in her. They moved in the same social circle, and therefore they met again the next night, and the night after. When they danced together, Penelope admitted that the Marquis attracted her more than any man she had ever met. It was something unique that vibrated from him, in spite of the fact that he remained somewhat disdainful, as if the people round him were not good enough for him. Then Penelope started to intrigue. It was not in the least difficult to find out who were the Marquis's closest friends. She invited them to dinner, so that they invited her back, or else she would call on them at luncheon time, when she knew that the Marquis would be dining with them that day. "What are you doing tonight, dearest?" she would say. "Arthur has to make a speech in the House of Lords, and I'm feeling lonely." Of course, she was then invited to dinner. She always appeared surprised when she found the Marquis there. She felt that he had no idea that she was pursuing him, while she was finding him the most difficult man she had ever met. They danced at the Duchess of Devonshire's ball, and then they went into the garden, which was behind the great house in Piccadilly. Penelope deliberately walked away from the lights that decorated the flower beds. There was darkness under the trees beyond them. Afterwards, she could never remember who moved first. She did not know if it was her or the Marquis. She was in his arms, and he was kissing her. It was as exciting as she thought that it would be. A burning fire seemed to rise in both of them, and the flames reached their lips. From then on, it was difficult. Yet somehow Penelope arranged that the Marquis came to the house when Arthur was in the House of Lords. Naturally, it was not particularly satisfying to either of them, but they had one tempestuous night together when Lord Melford had to stay in the country, as he had to make an important speech in some provincial town. Then there had been the chance of going to Paris, and Penelope had persuaded the Marquis that he must be there too. "Arthur will have to attend endless dinners at the British Embassy," Penelope smiled, "or with politicians in whom I have little interest, and who are not particularly interested in me." "I cannot believe that," the Marquis remarked. "I have a number of friends who will welcome me with open arms," Penelope replied, "but I would rather they were yours." She looked so beautiful when she said things like that, and it would have been impossible for the Marquis not to respond. He had sought beauty all his life, in many different countries, and among many different women, but he had to admit that Penelope was exceptionally lovely, and there was no use denying that she attracted him. He was determined not to be married until he really wished to. He was therefore forced to spend his time with married women like Penelope. He knew only too well what would happen if he as much as looked at a debutante. Her parents would then force him into presenting her with a wedding ring, and he had no intention of being married to a dull but blue-blooded young woman. He knew only too well that she would bore him to distraction after a few months. By this time he had become aware that Penelope manoeuvred and plotted to be with him. It was nothing new to him naturally, but he enjoyed looking at her as well as touching her. For the moment, he had no wish to ask for anything more. Finally, because she pleaded with him so prettily and looked so lovely as she did so, he agreed to go to Paris. "I am not going to take any risks of upsetting your husband," he said firmly. "I will meet you only when it is safe, but I do not intend to be listening out for a foot on the staircase or in spending the rest of the night shut up in a wardrobe." Penelope laughed. There was a pertinent story going around Mayfair at that time. A man who had heard the husband coming up the stairs had squeezed himself into a wardrobe where he was forced to spend an uncomfortable night contorted by the smallness of his prison. In fact, he found it almost impossible to walk for the next 2 days. "There will be nothing like that," Penelope assured him, "but at least we can be together. I'm sure that somehow you will manage to find, in the whole of Paris, somewhere where we can be happy and not disturbed in any way." The way she spoke told the Marquis exactly what she wanted, and he thought that he would be inhuman if he did not want it too. Now Penelope had news for him. She was most disappointed that he was not, as she had expected, riding in Rotten Row the way he usually did. He had, however, written in her note to him that she would be alone at 3 o'clock, and she had something special to tell him. She had rather hoped that he might have been at the large luncheon party where she was a guest. There was a man on either side of her paying her compliments, and they were contriving in every way they could to attract her. She was, however, watching the clock impatiently until she could get away and go back to Melford House. She arrived home. Having taken off her hat and then made herself look even more attractive than she had been at luncheon, she went into the drawing-room. She had made it very clear to the butler that she was only at home to the Marquis of Welbourne. There was always the risk of someone she had not expected calling. Either they would leave their card or be dropping in for a chat. At 3:30, Penelope was walking restlessly about the room, as she could not understand why he had not come on the stroke of 3 o'clock. There was no chance of Arthur returning from the House of Lords before 5 or 6, and she had no wish for him to find her alone with the Marquis. He had not the slightest idea at the moment that she was interested in him, and she had carefully not discussed him, except to speak a little bit disparagingly about the somewhat cynical way that he looked at people. "I really don't think he is a cynic," Lord Melford had said, "but he is noted for being extremely particular about whom he knows and whom he invites to Welbourne House in London, or the Palace, and there is just no other word for it, which is his house in the country." "Have you been there?" Penelope asked him in an indifferent voice. "His father was always particularly kind to me," Lord Melford replied, "but I hardly know Charles." Penelope then changed the subject. She thought it would be a mistake to talk about the Marquis, and Arthur could be very jealous if he suspected her of being interested in another man. He took no notice of any of the young ones who surrounded her so eagerly and fought with each other for a dance, as he was certain that Penelope was too intelligent to waste much time on them. Of course, she liked being admired. What woman did not ask for admiration and compliments, which were her right? At last, when Penelope was feeling almost desperate, the door opened. "The Marquis of Wellbourne, my lady," the butler announced. The Marquis came into the room. Penelope had some difficulty in preventing herself from running towards him. As the butler closed the door, he raised her hand to his lips. "You wanted me?" he asked. "I have news for you," Penelope answered coyly. She then told him that she was going to Paris alone, with only her old aunt as a chaperone. "The gods are certainly favouring us," he said. "I will look forward to calling on you in the Faubourg Saint-Honoré." "When will you be leaving?" Penelope asked him. "I will go over very early on Wednesday morning," the Marquis replied. "It would be a mistake for me to take you out to dinner the first night I arrive." "Where will you be staying?" "At the British Embassy." Penelope made a little sound of dismay. "That would be a mistake." "Well, it is where I've always stayed," he pointed out, "and it would cause more comment if I went to a hotel, which will certainly not be as comfortable." Penelope reckoned that she knew him well enough not to argue, so she merely informed him, "I will go over to Paris on Wednesday too, and here is the address of where I am staying, which is very near to the embassy." She handed him a card, and he looked at it with a smile. "I know the Vicomte," he remarked. "In fact, I have actually been to his house. He is a good friend of Arthur's, and now that he is getting older, he spends most of his time in the south of France, where he has a villa." The Marquis nodded, as if he knew that. "I am most grateful to him for providing us with somewhere we can meet. Now, I'm going to have to leave you." "Oh, there's no hurry," Penelope said quickly. "I think that it would be a mistake," the Marquis replied, "for your servants to think that I am staying a long time with you alone." He did not add that, if Lord Melford heard that he had gone to Paris, he might put two and two together. Penelope read his thoughts. "You are quite right. You are so clever. I know I can leave everything to you." She put her hand on his arm as she was speaking, and looked up at him appealingly. The Marquis kissed her, and then, rising to his feet, he walked to the door. "I will call on you in Paris as soon as you arrive," he said. "After that, we can make our plans." "That is exactly what I want you to do," Penelope cooed in her soft, alluring voice. As soon as the Marquis had gone, she ordered her carriage. When it came round to the front door, she told the coachman to drive as quickly as he could to Wimbledon. And it was there that Lady Lindley, who had been a widow for 20 years, had a house. Penelope had not visited her for a long time, but she remembered her well as a child. She always turned up at every family occasion, like a christening or wedding or funeral. But otherwise Penelope found her of no interest, and she had heard very little of her in the last 2 years. She was, however, sure that she would be delighted to go to Paris with her, and it would certainly be a change from her lonely life in Wimbledon. As they moved away from the centre of the city, Penelope told herself that everything was perfect. She was certain that she was going to be very, very happy with the Marquis. Of one thing she was absolutely determined. It was that she would make him so completely absorbed by her that he would never again look at another woman. She was aware that a great number of the London beauties pursued him, just as so many ambitious mothers wanted him desperately for their debutante daughters. "He will be mine," she thought, "and I will make sure that he cannot escape me." She sat back in the carriage with a smile on her lips. Nothing could be more alluring than the visit to Paris that lay directly in front of her. Carla Stanton came riding into the stables. Her brother's head groom came hurrying towards her. "Did you have a good ride, then, Miss Stanton?" he asked. "It was really splendid, Banks," she replied, "and Starlight took the jumps with at least 6 inches to spare." "I thinks he would," Banks replied, "and no one could handle him better than you, Miss Carla." "I feel sure that Sir Richard will be pleased when he comes back, and let's hope he brings some really good new horses with him," "Oh, we'll be ever so disappointed if he don't," Banks replied, "and I hears the sale be the best in the whole of the north." "Well, that is what Sir Richard heard too," Carla said, "and I feel sure he will not be disappointed." Carla had by now dismounted, and she was patting Starlight. He was a fine-looking horse, and one of the best they owned. But her brother was quite determined to build up his horses by acquiring even more thoroughbreds. He had already encountered 2 of them for the races at Royal Ascot. As she walked to the house, Carla was thinking of the horses and how much she enjoyed riding them. It never struck her that most girls of her age would want to be in London for the season, and she was perfectly happy at their home in Huntingdonshire. She seldom gave a thought to what, to her, was the world outside. She was well aware, of course, that her half-sister, Penelope, was a great beauty. She was acclaimed in the court columns of the newspapers and in the smart ladies' magazines. But Penelope was 7 years older than Carla, and seldom communicated with her. There were, of course, presents at Christmas and birthdays, and they met occasionally when one of the Stanton families married or died. Otherwise, from the moment Penelope had married Lord Melford, she had paid little or no attention to her half-brother and half-sister. Sir Stephen Stanton had been the 6th baronet. He was a soldier, and he had not married until he was getting on in years. It was when he inherited the family house that he resigned from his regiment. His wife had produced one daughter, whom they named Penelope. 2 years later, his wife had died of cancer that the local doctors could do nothing about. Then Sir Stephen had let several years go by before he married again. He was very anxious to have a son, and when his wife produced one, he was delighted. There was a gap of 3 years before Carla arrived, and by that time Penelope was busy being educated by governesses, and Richard was at a preparatory school in St. Albans. Penelope was married, and Carla was 16 when tragedy struck their lives. All down the centuries, the Stanton family had been outstanding riders and breeders of horses, and Sir Stephen had been anxious to buy several Irish horses to add to his stable. Sir Stephen had heard that there were some very fine horses in Kilkenny that were being sold because their owner had died. He decided to go to the sale, and taking his wife with him, they crossed to the Emerald Isle. He bought 6 horses, and arranged for them to be brought back to England. He and his wife left Ireland on a cold, windy day. The sea was rough when they started, and a violent storm blew up when they were halfway on their journey to England. The ship was old, and the storm was an extremely unpleasant one. There was a major catastrophe at sea, and most of the passengers, and there was quite a number of them, were drowned. Amongst these were Sir Stephen Stanton and his wife. At home, alone, Carla looked after the house, and her brother Richard, who was nearly 25, resigned from the army. He joined her and began to run the family estate. It was not only the estate that wanted his attention, but the horses. His father had some excellent thoroughbreds, but he had not made the most of them. He enjoyed having them round him, and had not bothered to enter them for any races. He contented himself with hunting in the winter, and taking part in the local steeplechases and point-to-points. The Stanton breed, which had been known all down the centuries, and Sir Richard was determined that it should be in the forefront again. He increased his grooms, and he and Carla trained, exercised, and broke in the horses that filled their stables. Carla enjoyed every moment, and Richard saw that she was an exceptional rider, and she was also one of the best companions he had ever had. It never struck either of them that Carla, being now over 18, should be presented to the Queen, or that she should be having a season in London. There she would enjoy herself with girls of her own age, and the young men who danced with them. Because they had several very pleasant neighbours, Carla and Richard were often asked out to dinner, and very occasionally they invited people back. Their home, which had been in the family for 3 generations, was exceedingly beautiful, and yet it really was too big for only 2 young people. "You ought to get married, Richard, and have a family," Carla said to her brother. "I have not got the time," he answered, "but I will think about it when we have won the Gold Cup at Ascot, the 2,000 guineas, and 1 or 2 other classic races." Carla laughed. "Are you quite certain we will do that? But it would be fun to have our nurseries filled with your children. I saw an adorable pony last week that any child would be thrilled to ride." "I just do not have the time to have a love affair," Richard replied, "and I am perfectly happy here with you, Carla." She was happy with him too. They totally forgot about marriage when they were worrying over which of their mares should be bred with which stallion. Carla walked towards the house. She reached the front door, which was open. As she did so, she saw, to her surprise, a carriage coming up the drive. She wondered who could be calling. Perhaps it was someone for Richard. The carriage came to a standstill on the gravel drive outside the front door. It was then she saw, to her astonishment, that sitting at the back was her sister, Penelope. She ran down the steps to greet her. "This is a surprise, Penelope," she exclaimed as her sister stepped out of the carriage. "You did not let us know that you were coming." "I have come to see you," Penelope replied, "and it is on a very urgent matter." Carla looked at her sister quizzically. She saw that Penelope was looking very beautiful, as she expected she would. Her hat, trimmed with feathers, was too smart for the country. So were the diamond earrings, and the glittering diamond star on the front of her bodice. Penelope walked in through the front door, taking off her kid gloves as she did so. Simpkins, the old butler, now came hurrying into the hall. He exclaimed when he saw Penelope, "Good day, my lady. It be a real surprise to see you." "I shall not be staying here long," Penelope replied, "but I would indeed like something to drink. A glass of champagne, if you have it." "I'll go and fetch your ladyship one right away," Simpkins replied. Carla followed her sister into the drawing-room, and she wondered if they had something special to celebrate. It was unusual to drink champagne in the daytime, unless someone had just been engaged or there was news of a newborn baby. Penelope sat down in a comfortable chair. "Now listen, Carla," she began. "I cannot stay here for long, and this is very important." "I'm listening, Penelope," Carla answered, and wondering what can be wrong. "Has something happened to you?" "What has happened to me," Penelope said, "is that I have to travel to Paris, and it is absolutely essential, as Arthur has gone to Scotland. I need a chaperone." Carla thought that Penelope was not likely to find one here, and then wondered why she had come. Aloud she said, "Well, I'm not certain how we can help you." "I told Arthur that I would take Aunt Muriel with me," Penelope replied. Carla stared at her. "Aunt Muriel," she repeated. "I went all the way to Wimbledon yesterday to see her," Penelope went on. "Why on earth did no one tell me that she is completely gaga?" "I did not think that you would be at all concerned," Carla replied. "She is getting very old, and I think, as she has nothing to do and really no one to talk to, her brain just stopped working." "She did not even recognize me," Penelope said. "I had no idea that she was in that state." "Well, I'm sorry. I could have told you, but I did not think that you would be in any way interested." "I am interested because I wanted her to come with me to Paris," Penelope responded sharply. "As you must be aware, Arthur would not let me go alone." "Do you have to go to Paris?" Carla asked. "It is very, very important I should go," Penelope answered. "I have a gown which is being specially made for me for an extremely fashionable occasion. I also have some friends I want to see." "Well, surely you have plenty of friends in London. Who will go with you?" Carla pointed out. Penelope shook her head. "There is no one I would trust, and I don't want people talking about me just because I am in Paris without Arthur." "Then what can you do?" Carla inquired. "I want you to come with me, as my chaperone, and pretend to be Aunt Muriel." Carla stared at her in astonishment. "Pretend to be Aunt Muriel," she exclaimed. "How can I possibly do that?" "I have thought it out all very carefully. I went to a shop in London where they sell everything for theatrical and fancy dress balls." Carla gave a gasp, but she did not speak. "I have brought with me," Penelope continued, "a wig and large glasses that have ordinary glass in them so that they will not hurt your eyes. I also have in London all the clothes I had to wear when I was in mourning for Arthur's mother." It flashed through Carla's mind that that was some years ago, but it was, however, immaterial. What was too fantastic to even contemplate was Penelope's strange idea that she should disguise herself as Aunt Muriel. "Of course I cannot be dressed up like that," she said. "Anyone would guess in one moment that I was not who I was pretending to be. After all, I am only 18. "I know that, but you only have to come with me, and we will have as little to do with each other as possible. It is just the fact that you are there which matters, so that they think I am being chaperoned by an older woman. As soon as they see me, they will know that I'm nothing of the sort," Carla protested. "I have just told you," Penelope said, "what I have brought for you. Now come upstairs with me, and I will show you exactly what I mean." "But, Penelope, I have not said that I will do this ridiculous thing," Carla insisted. "I know I shall be caught out, and everyone will laugh at me." "But you just have to help me, Carla. There is no one else I can trust." She spoke in a pleading way at which she was a past master, and Carla, like a number of men, was taken in by it. "Well, I suppose I could try," she said hesitatingly, as she rose to her feet. "Come upstairs, and I will show you the wig and some makeup which, skilfully applied, will make all the difference." Carla followed Penelope upstairs. The footman was sent to bring the luggage out of the carriage, and it was taken into Carla's bedroom. When the footman had left, Penelope opened the hat-box. It contained a hat and the wig that she had spoken about. "It was very expensive," Penelope grumbled as she carried it across the room. With skilful hands, she then pulled Carla's hair back and pinned it close to her head. Then she put a dark-haired wig over the top. Carla had to admit that it was made of the very best natural hair, and it was shaped in the way an older woman would arrange her hair. When Carla looked in the mirror, her reflection was very unlike herself. "Now, here are the glasses," Penelope was saying, "and they are large with a dark rim around them, which will make you look older. But there is something even more necessary." She had a box in her hand, and Carla realized that it contained the sort of colourful cosmetics that people used on the stage. "I shall look grotesque in that," Carla whined. "Not if you put it on carefully," Penelope replied. "Let me show you." She took a dark pencil and drew a little line under her sister's eyes, and then she drew lines down either side of Carla's mouth. The aging lines now certainly gave her a different appearance to that of a young girl. "Now, you see what I mean," Penelope said, "and the more you do it, the more skilful you become." "When do I have to do this?" Carla asked. "You're coming back to London with me now," her sister replied, "and we are leaving for Paris tomorrow morning." "I don't believe it," Carla exclaimed. "How can I possibly be ready so quickly? And then what will Richard say?" "Oh, just leave Richard to me," Penelope answered her. "You work hard, and it's time that you had a little fun for a change. That is what I'm going to tell him you're going to have." "Disguised as Aunt Muriel?" Carla asked. "You are helping me, and I will make it up to you later in one way or another." Carla thought that there was no point in arguing. Penelope had always been the same, and because she was older, she gave the orders and expected everyone to obey her. She invariably had her own way. She would coax her father and mother into doing what she wanted, and she also bullied the servants so that they carried out her instructions. She would convince her friends simply because she was so positive and, in a way, overwhelming. Carla now felt helpless. It was no use protesting. If Penelope wanted her to go to Paris dressed as a clown or an elephant, she would just have to do it. "I must just be very thankful," she thought, "that it was nothing worse than pretending to be Aunt Muriel. Now, I have your black clothes in London, and my maid has packed them," Penelope was saying, "and I have brought with me one dress and coat in which you are to arrive at Melford House." "Why do I have to do that?" Carla inquired. "Don't be silly," Penelope replied sharply. "Arthur believes that Aunt Muriel is coming with me. Therefore the servants have to believe the same thing." "Yes, of course," Carla agreed reluctantly. "When you arrive," Penelope went on, "you must be Aunt Muriel and not yourself." Carla saw the logic of that, but she still thought that the whole scenario was rather frightening. She wished so much that she could refuse Penelope, but somehow it was impossible to do so. She therefore changed into the black dress and coat Penelope had brought her, and put a few things of her own that she wanted with her into the case. Then she looked at her sister, who said bossily, "We will put on your wig in the carriage. Just put on the hat to leave here. I will tell the servants at Melford House, when we arrive, that you want to go straight to bed because you found the journey rather tiring." It all seemed rather muddling to Carla. She was, however, scribbling a note to Richard, just in case he returned from the north before she came back from Paris. Then, meekly, she followed her sister down the stairs, feeling that it was all happening in a dream. She told Simpkins that she was going to London for a few days. Then she climbed into the carriage, which now had the hood up. It may turn out to be an adventure, she thought. She realized that her sister had thought out every detail and was taking every possible precaution against her being recognized. They drove away, leaving Simpkins looking rather bewildered at the front door. Only then did Carla wonder why her sister was so intent on going to Paris. Why could she not wait for her husband's return? Alternatively, could she not find another relative of theirs, older than herself, to play the part of chaperone? Penelope must have some reason for all this, she thought. Yet she had no idea what the answer could be. Chapter 2. Carla actually enjoyed the journey, while Penelope said she felt exhausted. It was a long time since she had crossed the English Channel, and she was so thrilled to be on the steamer again which took them to Calais. The train, waiting in the station, was the express to Paris. They found a comfortable first-class compartment with just one other person in it. Carla felt that her wig made her feel rather hot and stuffy, so she took off her hat and put it on the empty seat next to her. Her sister looked at her quizzically. "You have to be very careful," she said in a low voice, so that the other person could not hear her. "If your wig goes back far from your forehead, it might show your fair hair." "I shall get used to it in time," Carla replied, "but at the moment It feels rather heavy, and I keep wondering why it is there." Penelope did not laugh. She merely looked rather crossly at her sister. "You have to help me," she urged, "and that means you must be on the alert all the time." She was speaking English in a whisper. Carla was quite certain that the other occupant in the compartment was a foreigner and also very old, and as soon as the train started, she went to sleep. It was then easier to talk to Penelope, and she need not be afraid that she might say something wrong. "Do please explain to me," she said, "exactly what is happening and who it is you are meeting up when we reach Paris." "I did not say that I was meeting anyone," Penelope retorted. She spoke so disagreeably that Carla said quickly, "I'm sorry, I assumed that there was someone." For a moment, she thought that her sister was not going to answer. Then Penelope said, "Well, actually, I am meeting someone, but I don't want anyone to be aware of it. That is why you have to be so discreet and not breathe a word of what happens while we are there." "You know I would not do that," Carla said. She thought that her sister relaxed a little. "I am going to spend as much time as I can with the Marquis of Wellbourne. Have you heard of him?" Carla shook her head. "I don't think so." "He's a very charming and clever man," Penelope said. "But of course, because I am so beautiful, if I am seen with anyone who is not 1 foot in the grave, people will gossip." "I can understand that," Carla said, "because you are the most beautiful woman in England." Penelope smiled. "I like to think so, but it can be a disadvantage." There was silence for just a moment, and then Carla asked, "Is the Marquis staying in the same house as we are?" "Of course not," Penelope said rapidly. "He is at the British Embassy." "The British Embassy?" Carla exclaimed. "Oh, I do hope I shall have a chance of seeing it." "That is very unlikely," her sister replied. "But do tell me, why are you so interested?" "Because, as you know, Penelope, that it was chosen to be the British Embassy in 1815 by the Duke of Wellington after the Battle of Waterloo, and before that the house belonged to Napoleon's sister." She thought that Penelope did not seem particularly interested, but she carried on. "Princess Pauline herself must have been nearly as beautiful as you, because men were mad about her, and she was always in trouble with her brother Napoleon." "So she lived at the embassy," Penelope said in a bored voice. "I was reading in a book about Paris," Carla went on, "that at her Louvres she used to walk about naked so that her visitors could admire her." Penelope now looked astonished. "Is that really true?" she asked. "I'm sure that the book would not have said so if it had not been," Carla replied. "What else did the princess do?" she asked Carla in a now interested tone. "If the princess felt cold," Carla said, "she warmed her feet on the décolletage of a lady-in-waiting who lay on the floor." Penelope chuckled. "I have certainly no desire to do that," she said. "I should hope not," Carla replied. "Mamma would have been very shocked. But the princess was a law unto herself." "In what other way?" Penelope persisted. "She had a cardinal as an almoner and 2 private chaplains. They must have been totally surprised when she converted the chapel into a billiard room and had it papered in yellow and silver." But Penelope was no longer interested. She was now thinking of herself. She was wondering if she was really as beautiful as Princess Pauline, and she felt quite certain that none of the things her sister had described would be taking place at the British Embassy now. She was most thankful that the ambassador was a bachelor, and so there would not be any attractive women trying to entice the Marquis away from her. It also made it easier for her to get in contact with the Marquis. She thought that if the ambassador, Lord Lyons, had a wife, She might be more curious about her husband's guest than he was likely to be. As they journeyed on, Penelope closed her eyes and pretended that she was asleep so that she did not have to talk. She really wanted to think about the Marquis and how much she could enslave him in the few days they were in Paris together, and then he would be completely hers when they returned to London. She knew that it was not going to be an easy task, as he had a reputation of being a Casanova who never stayed long with any one woman. "I will be different," Penelope told herself with an air of confidence. She reflected that there had never been a man who had not found her irresistible. It was always she who paled first and looked round for something new. It was a long journey. Yet, because they had started so early, it was not yet 6 o'clock when the train steamed into the Gare du Nord. Carla put on her smart hat once again, and her sister looked at her critically to see if the lines at the side of her mouth were still there. The glasses with their dark rims hid her eyes. "Do I look all right?" Carla asked. "I think so," Penelope replied. "At the same time, just be as unobtrusive as possible." She was thinking as she spoke that her sister really had too slender a figure for an older woman. The lines she had drawn on her face were aging, but there was nothing that she could do about the clearness of Carla's white skin. Then she told herself sternly that she was worrying unnecessarily. "No one would take any notice of her when I'm there," she told herself rather smugly. The train came to a standstill at the Gare du Nord, and a porter opened the carriage door. Penelope then showed him their cases, and told him in good French that their luggage was in the van. He hurried away to find it, and it was only then, as they moved down the platform to follow him, that Carla queried her sister. "I have just thought that you have not brought a lady's maid with you. I somehow could not think of you travelling without one." "Don't be silly," Penelope replied. "Servants talk, and there is sure to be someone in the house who will look after me. And of course, you are there." "Oh yes, of course," Carla agreed. They stood near the guard's van while the luggage was being taken out. Suddenly there was an exclamation. A man, rather tall for a Frenchman, but very smart and good-looking, turned towards Penelope. "Lady Melford," he called out. "I did not expect to see you here, but how wonderful." He was speaking in French, and Penelope, smiling at him, replied, "I have only come here for 2 days to buy some clothes." "Then, as you will not be shopping in the evening, we must then of course have a party, and show the most beautiful women in England to the most handsome men in France." Penelope laughed. "That sounds very tempting." "And you know that I want to tempt you?" he said. As he spoke, he then glanced at Carla, and Penelope remembered that her sister was there. Oh, allow me to introduce you," she said quickly, "to my aunt, Lady Lindley, who is chaperoning me. My husband would not let me come here alone." "Quite right, too," he concurred. "Aunt Muriel," Penelope said to Carla, "do let me introduce the Duke de Alzire, who is an old friend." The Duke then bowed his head politely over Carla's hand. Then once again his eyes were on Penelope. "You are lovelier," he breathed, "than when I last saw you. How is it possible that Paris could be so lucky as to have you as a guest?" "For a short time," Penelope retorted warningly. "Then we must indeed make the most of it," the Duke insisted. When they had collected the luggage, he told them that his carriage was waiting for him outside, and he would drive them to wherever they were staying. When he heard that it was in the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, he exclaimed, "What could be better? You know that my house is only a short distance from yours, and it makes it very easy now for us both." He gave Penelope a glance which made her reply quickly. "I have already told you that I am only here to shop, so really I shall have very little time at my disposal." "What you do have is mine," the Duke said firmly. "I shall make certain of it, even if I have to put an armed guard on your house to keep other men from intruding on what I call my preserves." He sounded, Carla thought, even more possessive in France than he might have done in England. The carriage was driven by 2 outstanding horses. Carla longed to inspect them, but she and Penelope were hurried into the carriage by the Duke. As soon as their luggage was strapped on behind, they drove off. The Duke sat opposite them in the carriage, and he talked to Penelope in such an intimate manner that Carla felt embarrassed. She then gazed out of the window as if she was not listening to them. As a matter of fact, it was what she wanted to do, as it was so exciting to be moving through the crowded streets of Paris. She enjoyed seeing the shops and the market carts, along with more distinguished carriages like the one they were travelling in. She really had no wish to listen to what Penelope was saying, as she was trying to remember all that she had read about the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. She knew, of course, that that part of Paris was known locally as Millionaire's Row, and the rich French, like the one in whose house they were staying, lived there. She wished that there was someone with whom she could talk about the history of the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. She could remember reading in one of the books about Paris that it was near the old Saint-Honoré gate, where the French heroine, Joan of Arc, was wounded in the thigh by an English archer. Cardinal Richelieu had built his palace nearby, and Madame de Pompadour had lived in the Rue Saint-Honoré. But what Carla did not like to remember was the French Revolution, and yet it kept creeping into her mind. She had read that on the 6th of October, 1793, a man had stood in the road not far from where Joan of Arc was wounded. He was making sketches, and while he was doing so there rumbled past a tumbril with a woman sitting upright on it. Both her hands were tied behind her, her hair was cropped, and there was a shapeless bonnet on her head. She was only 38, and yet she was prematurely aged. As the cart swayed and jerked by, the man drew a portrait, one of the most striking that was ever painted. His name was David, the famous painter, and the woman was Queen Marie Antoinette herself, on her way to her execution. Even to think of it made the tears come into Carla's eyes. Then she remembered that she was in a carriage, and the Duke was saying very softly words to her sister that she did not want to hear. They passed the British Embassy, and then drew up a little further down the road. The house, which belonged to the Vicomte de Serres, was very large and impressive. The Duke climbed out first and helped Penelope to alight, and then politely he assisted Carla down. A major-domo, smartly dressed in livery, bowed them into the house. Penelope stopped in the hall, and holding out her hand, said goodbye to the Duke. "It was very kind of your Grace to bring us here in your carriage," she smiled. "If you will not dine with me tonight," he said, "I will expect you to have luncheon with me tomorrow. I will call for you at 12 o'clock, and I will not take no for an answer." As he finished speaking to her, he kissed her hand, touching her skin with his lips. Then, with a perfunctory bow to Carla, he walked back to the carriage. The major-domo, who was an old man, welcomed Penelope to the house. He said that he and the staff would do anything to make her ladyship and her companion comfortable while she was their guest. "I am most grateful," Penelope smiled. He showed them into a most attractive sitting-room while their luggage was being taken upstairs by a footman. There was a bottle of champagne on ice, or there was coffee if they preferred it, and Penelope said that the champagne was very welcome. As it was poured into the glasses, she added, "I understand that in the absence of Monsieur le Vicomte, you have only a skeleton staff. My aunt and I have no wish to be an encumbrance on you." "You will never be madame," the major domo responded gallantly. Penelope smiled. "You are so kind, but we are both very considerate. If you will let us have latchkeys, we will let ourselves in and out." She paused before she went on. "Also, if we go out to a party and come back late at night, there is no need to keep anyone waiting for us in the hall." The major domo tried to protest that it would be no trouble, but Penelope got her own way. When he had given them a glass of champagne, he went to the pantry to collect the keys. He handed them over, a little reluctantly. Penelope thanked him profusely, and said that she and her aunt realized only too well the difficulty of having unexpected guests, especially those who were likely to be entertained late at night. It was only when the major domo had left them that Penelope said, "Now, I have to send a letter to the British Embassy, which, as you saw when we came here, is only a little way down the road. Do you think, while I go up the stairs and change for dinner, you could deliver it for me?" Carla was surprised. However, after only a short pause, she said quickly, "Of course I will." Penelope went to the secretaire, which was by the window, and found, as she expected, some writing paper, a pen, and a pot of ink. She sat down and wrote rapidly. "We have arrived. I know you said that you have to dine at the embassy, but I will be waiting for you, and here is the key." She stopped and turned to Carla. "I'm just going to run upstairs and see where my room is. Don't follow me, because I shall only be away for a minute or so." She did not wait for Carla to answer, but hurried from the room. Carla wondered what was happening, but it would be, she told herself, a mistake to ask any questions. She only wondered just how her sister was going to cope with the Marquis and the Duke. Then she smiled at her own stupidity in asking such a question. From what she had heard, Penelope was quite able to cope with 100 men in London. Therefore she would not find it difficult to have 2 pursuing her in Paris. It passed through her mind as to what it would be like to have men so entranced by her beauty. Would they instantly be demanding and possessive like the Duke? Then she gave a little sigh. "I suppose it is something I shall never experience," she told herself. Penelope came back and sat down once more at the secretaire and finished her letter by saying, "I will see that there is a small lamp left for you in the hall to see your way upstairs. My room is the first on the right when you reach the landing. You know I am longing to see you." She underlined the word longing, but did not sign her name. She put the letter into an envelope, and with it went one of the keys to the front door. Then she passed them to Carla. "Be as quick as you can," she urged. "Just hand it to whoever opens the door without saying anything." Carla took it from her, and at the same time handed her sister her handbag. "I shall not want this," she said, "and perhaps as I am alone, it might be snatched from me." "Not in this part of Paris," Penelope replied. However, she took up her handbag and then walked with Carla back to the hall, where there was no sign of the major domo. Carla opened the door and walked out carrying the letter, while Penelope watched her go. There was the odd passer-by in the street as Carla walked down it towards the embassy. She was again remembering what she had read. When the Germans were attacking Paris, the French government had been forced to flee to Bordeaux with only a few days' warning. The British ambassador had fled Paris as well, and the embassy was in charge of a well-known banker called Edward Blount. But he handed his position over to 2 secretaries and then left. The siege was extremely unpleasant, but they were brave enough to stay on. On March the 1st of that year, 1871, the French were humiliated by defeat at the hands of the Germans. They marched down the Champs-Élysées and then occupied the city. When the bombardment had begun, huge explosions had shaken the embassy. It was badly battered with 6 direct hits, and some of the walls were pockmarked with bullets. The two secretaries decided that the moment had come for saving valuable objects. They carried them down to the cellar, where there were women servants, frightened and in tears. Afterwards, Carla read, a story went round that the only difference in the running of the British Embassy was that the footmen did not now powder their hair. When the battle raged outside, dinner was served in what looked like a robber's cave full of loot. In the middle was the dining table, faultlessly laid. The two secretaries, wearing evening dress, were waited on by a butler and footman. Carla found this to be thrilling, and now she could look at the British Embassy itself. Her mind was still on Princess Pauline Borghese and the invasion of the Germans. She did not think of the man to whom Penelope had written her letter. The embassy certainly held an air of dignity. She remembered, as it had been built by the ancient and industrious Bethune family, one of them had been the chief minister of Henry IV. He was declared by Richelieu to be the honour of his race. It was, however, not the largest or most impressive house that the Duke of Wellington could have chosen for the British Embassy. What mattered was that it was well situated and fully furnished. In fact, it could be bought lock, stock and barrel, and it was that which decided that it should become the British Embassy in 1815. Carla had read so much more about the embassy's furnishing, but she told herself that it was something she would never see. She had to be content by being impressed by the inside courtyard of the embassy. This, and the very lofty manner of the servant who took the letter from her. She then walked slowly back to the house where Penelope was waiting for her. Tomorrow she thought that she must find a book on Paris to inform her more about the embassy and the other magnificent houses surrounding it. Penelope met her at the door. Come on, she said sharply. You have taken long enough delivering my letter." "I was thinking how interesting the embassy is," Carla replied. "What is the use of history in the past?" Penelope asked, as she closed the door. "I am interested in the present and my own history, which is far more important than that of a princess who is now lying in the graveyard." Carla was thinking that Penelope's point of view was indisputable as they walked up the stairs together. "Are you sleeping here?" Carla inquired. She had opened a door on the right of the corridor they had entered at the top of the staircase. It was a large and attractive room, and it overlooked the front of the house. It was undoubtedly meant for the most distinguished guest. There was a bed with a carved gold canopy over it, and it boasted silk curtains falling down on each side of the pillows. The eiderdown was of lace over pink satin, and this was echoed by the flounce round the dressing table. A heart-shaped carved mirror with gilt cupids stood on it. It was a most beautifully furnished room, and Carla looked at it with delight. "The Viscount," she said, "must be very rich. He has obviously collected the furniture of the period." "Now I will show you to your room," Penelope said, "which is opposite." She crossed the corridor, leaving the door of her room open. Carla's room was also prettily furnished, but it was quite small compared to Penelope's. It looked out over the roofs of the houses behind them. She was somewhat disappointed to see that, unlike the embassy, this house had no garden. Her bed had a gold corona over it, from which fell soft muslin curtains, just like those on Penelope's bed. The bedspread was also of lace on blue satin. There was now an elderly maid unpacking Carla's clothes, and while they were still looking round, two other maids carried one of Penelope's trunks into her bedroom, and they started to unpack it. "You can see that we are being well looked after," Penelope said, "so we might as well go downstairs to have another glass of champagne." Carla thought it a good idea too, and she took off her hat and coat. She felt it strange to be wearing black, which was a colour she always felt was depressing. Penelope's dress was naturally beautifully made. It had little touches of white, which only a French designer could have added. They then returned to the sitting-room, and it was obvious that Penelope did not want to settle down. She drank a little champagne, and then moved restlessly about until Carla asked, "What is worrying you?" "Oh, nothing in particular," Penelope answered. "I was just wondering if I should receive a note from the embassy in reply to the one you left there." Even as she spoke, the major-domo came through the door. "A letter for you, madame," he said to Penelope. She almost snatched it off the silver tray. Opening it, she walked over to the window as if she needed more light to read what was written. The major-domo turned towards Carla. "Dinner will be ready in an hour's time, madame," he said. "Thank you," Carla replied. "It is a great pleasure to be here, and I think the house is very beautiful." The elderly man smiled. "My master would be greatly honoured to hear you, madame," he said. "He has tried for many years to make his house perfection." "And he has succeeded," Carla answered. She knew that the major-domo was delighted at her appreciation. Then, as he left the room, she saw that her sister was smiling. "Is everything all right?" she asked her. "Everything," Penelope replied. "Now I'm going to change." She left the room without saying anything more, and Carla thought that she might have explained just what had pleased her. "What is happening at the moment," she thought to herself, "is just like reading a book. When you get halfway through it, you have it taken away so that you never know the end." Then she told herself that she must not be critical. She was now in Paris, and how could she ask for anything more? She could not resist, however, before she went up the stairs, peeping into one or two of the other rooms. They were undoubtedly sitting in the best room in the house, and yet she thought the others just as entrancing. In one room, which was obviously the library, the walls were covered with books, and another room contained a grand piano. It was large enough for a small audience to listen to whoever was playing or singing. The third room, which was most obviously a man's room, had sporting pictures on the walls, and the furniture was covered in red leather rather than satin. She was certain that when she saw the dining room, she would find it as perfect as the rest of the house. She wished that its owner could have been here, and he could have explained to her what she wanted to know about his various collections. It must have taken years to find all the furniture, let alone the pictures. Even the carpet she was walking on was unique and priceless. As she went upstairs, she realized that the staircase itself was carved exquisitely. It must have been made by a master hand. "I am lucky, very lucky to be here," Carla thought, as she saw the door to her room, "and it will be something to remember when I go home and have only the horses to admire." She changed into one of Penelope's black evening gowns, and it was very much more becoming than she had expected. That, of course, was until she put on her glasses and accentuated the pencil lines on her face. When she went down, Penelope, looking exquisite in a gauzy gown of emerald green, said, "I have only just realized that you are wearing no jewelry. Of course, any woman as old as Aunt Muriel would have pearls for the daytime and diamonds at night." Carla laughed. "I don't think that the major-domo will worry one way or another." "One never knows," Penelope replied. "And please don't forget that Arthur stays here when he comes to Paris, which fortunately is not very often these days." She spoke rather sharply, and Carla reckoned that she must be careful in future not to do anything to upset her. She had certainly been on edge before the note had arrived from the embassy. Carla longed to ask what had been in it, but she knew, however, that it was a mistake to expect Penelope to confide in her. Why should she, when they had not seen each other for so many years? Dinner was light but delicious, and the major-domo waited on them himself with the help of just one young footman. Carla thought that there was another footman in the house. She had seen him as she came downstairs. Obviously, as there were only 2 women to wait on, his services were not required. As soon as dinner was finished, Penelope said that she was going to bed. "We have a great deal to do tomorrow," she said, "and I think the sooner we go to sleep, the better." As they walked upstairs, she remarked in a rather offhand way, "I expect you are a sound sleeper, but if you do hear noises in the night, ignore them. It is always a mistake to go prowling about in strange houses." "And I have no intention of prowling about," Carla replied. "Also, I think it is very unlikely that anything will disturb us." "There I do agree with you," Penelope said. "And thank you, Carla, for coming with me. It is very kind of you." She then went to her room and closed the door determinedly. It was just as if she had no wish to have any more conversation with anyone. Carla shut her own door. Then she undressed. She opened the window wide and felt that there seemed to be very little air. It was much hotter in Paris than it had been in London. She lay down on the big bed and found the mattress was very soft, and she seemed to sink into the lace-trimmed pillows. "The French most certainly do know how to make themselves comfortable," she mused. Having said her prayers, she closed her eyes. She was thinking, as she began to fall asleep, about Princess Pauline at the embassy, and the exquisite objects downstairs, which seemed almost as enchanting and elusive as the princess. The Marquis finished his dinner with Lord Lyons and the 4 people staying at the British Embassy. He thought that, although the conversation had been interesting, it was somewhat heavy. It was Lord Clarendon, who was so debonair and amusing, who had originally suggested Lord Lyons as the British ambassador. He was a large, shy and overcautious bachelor who looked like a country squire. He had had a long and rather dull career. He had been a minister in Rome and afterwards in Washington, and when he had been offered Paris, he had hesitated, but then his father had told him never to refuse promotion. He had therefore arrived at the large house in the Rue Faubourg Saint-Honoré in October 1867. With him were 2 secretaries who mattered more to him than anything else, with, of course, the exception of his Manchester terrier, Toby. The one thing that Lord Lyons had, the Marquis decided, was a sense of importance. The embassy was certainly run in a grand style, but the Parisian joke was that the ambassador was so shy that he dared not look his servants in the face. In fact, he only recognized the embassy footmen by their stockinged legs. In spite of this, he had the finest carriages in Paris, and he employed an excellent chef and a most exceptional cellar, although he never drank wine himself. The Marquis had been informed that Lord Lyons had only one consolation for his obvious loneliness. It was an excessive enjoyment of food. Another joke, and an unkind one, was that he did not like walking because he was so heavy. If he went even across the road to church, as it was some way away from British territory, he never failed to carry his British passport. There was, however, one thing that no one could laugh about, and that was his devotion to work. He himself worked from early morning until late at night, and he also expected everyone in the embassy to do the same. What he disliked most was to have a large number of people staying in the embassy. He did not, he said, object to 1 or 2 men. They were easy to entertain, and they made no ridiculous calls upon him personally. He found a visit from Queen Victoria on her way through to Switzerland very trying. Everything had to be cleaned and polished, and the ambassador himself had to go out shopping for suitable rugs and carpets. "I don't mind telling you," Lord Lyons said to the Marquis. "It was a relief when Her Majesty left. I am only hoping that she will not stay with us another year. The Marquis had laughed. Then his host had disappeared into his office, and he realized that he was now free. He hesitated for a little while and talked to the other guests. Then he walked into the hall where there was a servant on duty. "I'm going out," he informed him. "I may not be late, but don't worry if I am." The footman smiled. "There will be someone here to let you in, my lord," he replied. The Marquis recognized as he walked away that the servant was used to visitors spending a righteous evening, one way or another. He had often enjoyed the parties given for the most attractive cocottes. These invariably continued until dawn. He looked back at several that had been undeniably delightful, but very exhausting. Yet he had to admit to himself that there had never been a woman amongst them as beautiful as Penelope. She was waiting for him now. There were only 2 sentries, looking somewhat tired in their sentry boxes, to see him walk up the road. Stars were coming out in the sky, and he thought that the lights on the River Seine would be very attractive at this time of night. He must take Penelope there one evening, as he had never yet met a woman who had not reacted to the beauty of the Seine at night. When, of course, he would kiss her in the shadow of one of the bridges. He knew the house that Penelope was staying in fairly well. He had visited the Vicomte de Serres several times. But he had never been upstairs. He let himself in through the front door, having no difficulty with the key. He closed it very silently behind him. As Penelope had promised, there was a small oil lamp standing on a table inside the door. He picked it up. It was usual in English houses to have candles left alight in silver sconces, and it enabled anyone who wished to move about at night to see their way. The Marquis was well aware that the Vicomte was afraid of his valuable furniture, and he would never leave candles anywhere unguarded. The lamp was small and easy to carry. The Marquis went very quietly up the stairs. The carpet was thick, and so his footsteps made no sound. He reached the wide passage at the top and turned right. It was then he tried to remember whether Penelope had said that her room was on the right or the left. He thought somehow that it was likely to be on the left. Cautiously he opened the door. As he did so, he was aware that there was a young woman lying on the bed and walked towards her. Then he stood still in sheer astonishment. The lamp he was carrying revealed a very young girl. She was fast asleep, lying back against the pillows. Her hair, which was the colour of sun, fell over her bare shoulders. She had obviously found it hot because she had thrown back the bedclothes. He could see through her diaphanous nightgown the outline of her young body. The curves of her breasts were perfect, and so was the slim line of her hips. Her face, he thought, had a beauty that was difficult to describe in words. It struck him that he had seen her face amongst the goddesses on the Parthenon in Athens. He must have stood looking down at her for several minutes before he told himself that he was intruding. At the same time, he wished that he was a painter, and he would have liked to have immortalized her as a sleeping princess. Yet he felt that no picture would do her justice. Then, because he felt again that he was intruding, the Marquis went out of the room. As he did so, he knew that this was a puzzle that he was determined to find an answer to. Who was she? Why was she there? And just how was it possible that Penelope, of all people, could have brought anyone so lovely with her? He walked across the passage and opened the door on the right. As he entered, he saw that there was a candelabrum alight behind the muslin curtains over the bed. Penelope was waiting for him. As he then closed the door behind him, She sat up and held out her arms. She was wearing nothing except a necklace of fine emeralds. Chapter 3. Despite the fact that the Marquis did not leave until after 3 o'clock in the morning, Penelope was up fairly early. She had her breakfast in her bedroom, and then she came into Carla's, looking exceedingly beautiful. "Are you ready?" she asked rather sharply. "Of course I am," Carla replied. "I was called 2 hours ago, but I did not like to interrupt you in case you were asleep." "We have a lot to do," Penelope said. "Therefore, if you put on your hat, we will leave immediately." She left before Carla could ask her where they were going. It all seemed rather fascinating. She put on one of the black hats that had belonged to Penelope. Although a number of the feathers and bows had been removed, it was still a very smart shape. Carla looked at herself in the mirror. She thought if it was in one of the colours that she usually wore, she would be very pleased to own it. Remembering that Penelope was waiting, and would be disagreeable if she was delayed, Carla ran downstairs. There was a fiacre outside, which had been brought by the footman. When they had climbed into it, Carla asked, "Where are we going?" "To see the gown which I have already ordered," Penelope answered. "And, of course, I'm having it made by Worth." Carla gave a cry of excitement. "Frederick Worth!" she exclaimed. "Oh, how thrilling! I have read about him, and what an amazing designer he is. I had no idea that I would ever see him. If I was having a dress made in Paris, I would not go to anyone else," Penelope pointed out haughtily. "And although his gowns are expensive, I consider that they are worth every centime they cost." She was thinking, as she spoke, that her dress would be a sensation in London, and there would be more men than ever to tell her how beautiful she looked. What was so important at the moment was that the Marquis should admire her. She thought of their tempestuous love-making last night. She was quite certain now that he was hers, and she just wanted to make sure that he never looked at another woman. Carla was remembering that Frederick Worth had been born in Lincolnshire, and his father was a soldier who had gambled away all his money. She recalled reading endless eulogies in the English newspapers and magazines about Worth. How, at the age of 11, he had been obliged to leave school and earn his living. It was so extraordinary that an Englishman should have finally become the most celebrated fashion designer in the whole of France. He had actually dictated the fashion of the Second Empire, and Carla was thrilled at the chance of meeting him. She hardly looked round her as they drove into the Rue de la Paix. The fiacre came to a standstill, and she was thinking that 10 years ago the whole road was filled with coaches and carriages of the beau monde. Now the Empress Eugenie, Frederick Worth's most famous customer, was living in exile in England, and very many of the French aristocracy could no longer afford to patronize him. Yet one newspaper wrote, "The King of Fashion has kept his throne after Napoleon III had been deposed." Penelope, followed by Carla, climbed up to the first floor of number 7 in the Rue de la Paix. As they did, Carla was thinking of the tremendous revolutions that the English designer had made. According to the book she read, it was back in 1859 that the Empress Eugenie had bought her very first dress from Worth. It had taken some persuasion from her husband to wear a material that she said was like a curtain. What she had actually bought was a dress of lion's brocade. From then on, lion's silk became a household word. The man who Carla had read so much about came forward to greet her sister. She was, for the moment, a little disappointed. He had seemed so totally overpowering in the newspapers and magazines. She therefore expected that he would be taller and have a more distinctive appearance. Having greeted Penelope, he began to talk. It was then that Carla understood what had made him rise from an assistant at Swan and Edgar's in London to become the dictator of Paris fashion. She could feel his power vibrating from him as he talked to Penelope. Now she could understand how he had managed to be so successful. And he was obviously delighted to have an English customer who was so beautiful. "Who?" he said. "Ah, I have heard of and read a great deal about." They showed the creations off, Carla could not help thinking, even better than their owners would be able to do. Penelope had not bothered to introduce Carla to Frederick Worth, and she therefore sat quietly, listening to all that was going on around her. She enjoyed every moment of a spectacle that she had never seen before, while Penelope bought 6 gowns and a riding habit. The Second Empire had been an age of the most elegant women riders, and Worth had designed fascinating riding habits, which he now showed them, of white pique cloth and alpaca. "Today we are being more severe," he said, "but I can still see that your ladyship, with your perfect figure, could look fantastic in any riding habit. I might design for you." "Then I beg you to design one for me," Penelope replied. "But you must not make it too flamboyant, or my husband will not allow me to wear it." Frederick Worth chuckled. "I promise you, my lady, you will be the talk of the hunting field. At the same time, every woman rider will wish that she had come to Frederick Worth." Penelope gave him a ravishing smile. It was then that Carla decided to intervene. "I would like to buy a dress too," she piped up. Because she had been so quiet, it was obvious that both Penelope and Worth had forgotten her very existence. They then turned round in surprise, and Penelope said somewhat belatedly, "I should have told you before, monsieur. This is my aunt, Lady Lindley, and she is chaperoning me as my husband was unable to come to Paris with me." Worth bowed in the French fashion over Carla's hand. Then he inquired, "What type of dress does your ladyship desire?" As he spoke, he gave a somewhat scornful glance at the black gown she was wearing. Carla said quickly, "Oh, it is not for me, but for my godchild, who is only 18. She will be attending some fashionable balls this winter." Before Frederick Worth could speak, she went on, "We are, as it happens, exactly the same size, so if you could show me a gown that would fit me, then I know that practically no alterations will be required when I give it to my goddaughter." "A young lady of 18, Worth murmured, as if he was speaking to himself. He clapped his hands and gave an order. A dress was brought in, which Carla knew as soon as she saw it was exactly what she wanted. It was white and trimmed with lace, and Worth had many years ago made lace so popular that the lace-making industry in France had flourished. It was a young girl's dress, but it had the Parisian chic that Carla knew would be striking in England. "This is exactly what I want," she said. "Please, may I try it on?" She did not look at Penelope as she spoke, as she felt that her sister would think it dangerous for her to do so. Worth had the gown taken immediately to a fitting room, and there 2 elderly women helped Carla into the dress. As she expected, it made her look very different to the way she had ever looked before. Equally, it was very obviously a young girl's dress, and did not seem to make the wearer look too flamboyant. Carla then put on her clothes again, and having thanked the women who had helped her, she went back to the salon. Penelope was still talking earnestly to Frederick Worth, and Carla suspected that she was planning another gown or 2 to be sent to her in England. "I would like to buy that pretty gown, monsieur, for my godchild," Carla said. He smiled at her and replied, "In which case, my lady, I think I must make you a special price." You have been very patient, while Madame has been choosing what might almost be a trousseau. I only wish I could be married again, Penelope smiled, so that you could make the most outstanding bride there has ever been. You will be so outstanding, Madame, Worth said gallantly, and your beauty will shine like a light, so that every woman in London will be green with envy whenever you appear. Penelope was delighted at all his compliments, and when they eventually said goodbye to him, Worth bowed them to the doorway. He promised that 2 of Penelope's purchases and Carla's gown would be delivered that afternoon. Carla had thought that her dress was beautiful when she had put it on. However, Worth insisted that he would not allow it to leave his shop until he had made 1 or 2 adjustments, which, he said firmly, will make it just perfect. Carla thanked him profusely. Then, as they went downstairs, Penelope gave a cry of surprise. Waiting for them at the bottom of the stairs was the Duke. "I was told you were shopping when I called to see you," he explained. "And where else would you be but with the wizard who makes all women look like goddesses?" Penelope laughed. "That is, of course, what I have been trying to do. I hope when you see what I have bought that you, as a man, will not be disappointed." "How could I ever be disappointed in you?" the Duke asked in a low voice. Penelope smiled seductively at him. Then they went outside, and Carla saw that he had a very smart chaise drawn by 2 perfectly matched horses. "I am now going to take you for a ride in the Bois de Boulogne," he said. "I want to show you off, and what could be better than to drive with you beside me?" Penelope did not argue. She merely climbed into the chaise, sitting closely behind the Duke so that there was room for Carla. The groom, who had been holding the 2 horses, jumped up onto the small seat behind, and they drove off. Penelope was talking in a soft, intimate voice to the Duke while he was paying her extravagant compliments. Carla did not speak. She was thinking how much she wanted to see the Bois de Boulogne. What could be better than to be taken there in a smart chaise? She was trying to remember what she had read about the Bois de Boulogne. She had forgotten what had been written before the reign of Napoleon III, yet she did recall that, as the owner of the Bois, he had made it over to the city of Paris. He had, however, made a strict condition that the municipal council should spend more than 200,000 francs on the Bois for at least 4 years after taking possession. This, Carla recalled, had meant that the landscape gardeners had produced a reasonable copy of Hyde Park, which had always been admired by the Emperor. She remembered, too, reading of how the courtesans had, during the Second Empire, made the Bois de Boulogne a stage for themselves and their beauty. They competed with each other in having elaborate open carriages and ever finer horses. One courtesan, although Carla could not recall her name, sported a dead white carriage and a white horse with black servants in a white livery, while she herself had been dressed like a jewel from head to foot in pink. Carla had a feeling that the people they would see in the Bois now were not so glamorous. At the same time, there would be plenty of horses, and they, to her, were always a joy. She would also be able to have a look at the lakes, the cascades, the pools, and the endless flower beds. These were extolled by everyone who came to Paris. She was not disappointed. The Duke drove swiftly and obviously took them to the most favoured and popular parts of the Bois. A large number of people recognized him, and he kept sweeping off his hat while keeping a sharp eye on his horses. He and Penelope talked to each other in low voices, which was very intimate. Carla had no wish at all to overhear what they were saying, so she looked away from them and concentrated on admiring the colourful spectacle before her. The finest horses were being ridden by very smart young men, and the carriages usually carried one occupant, holding a tiny lace sunshade over her head. It was all grand, elegant, and picturesque, and Carla was enthralled. Finally, the Duke turned his horses to leave the Bois. Carla wanted to beg him to carry on driving them under the trees. However, it was very obvious that he was taking them back to where they were staying. It was then that Carla was aware that Penelope and the Duke were having an argument. "I really cannot have luncheon with your Grace," Penelope was saying. "I promised the Marquis, and he will be very hurt if I throw him over at the last moment." "There is no question of that," the Duke replied. "I have a luncheon party arranged already, which I know you will enjoy. I have invited a number of charming, handsome young men who will all want to meet the most beautiful woman in England." "What am I to do about the Marquis?" Penelope asked him. Carla knew the tone in her voice. It meant that she was being persuaded into having luncheon with the Duke and his glamorous friends, and the party certainly sounded amusing. "Wellborn can come too," the Duke replied firmly. "But he cannot be that greedy as to want you entirely to himself, although actually it is something I want too." He gazed for a moment into Penelope's green eyes. Then, turning back to his horses, he breathed, "You know, of course, that you are just irresistible. At any rate, what man would not want to be captivated by anyone so adorable?" Carla had never in her life heard anyone speaking like that before. Although the Duke was sometimes speaking French, she thought that it was all extremely fascinating. At the same time, if it was happening to her, she would feel embarrassed. But to Penelope, it was just what she expected. When, only a short while later, they turned into the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, she exclaimed, "There is the Marquis waiting for me. Now I shall be in trouble." "Leave everything to me," the Duke murmured. He drove up to the house with a flourish. The Marquis was standing on the doorstep, and the door behind him was open, so he could only just have arrived. As the Duke drew in his horses, he called, "Good morning, Wellborn. I have been showing this lovely lady the Bois de Boulogne, and there was, I can assure you, no one to compete with her in any way." The Marquis ignored him. He merely looked into the chaise and, taking off his hat, said, "Good morning. That is the right expression, now that I have found you, as I was rather afraid that you had disappeared." No, I'm here," Penelope replied, "but his Grace is anxious that we should have luncheon with him." As she was speaking, Penelope climbed out of the chaise. "Where are you going?" the Duke asked her, turning round on his seat. "I thank your Grace very much for the delightful drive," Carla replied, "but I feel that you don't want anyone else at your party." "Well, that is nonsense," the Duke said, "and I feel that if the most beautiful woman in England is seen alone with 6 or 7 men, it would not please his lordship if he hears about it." This was something that had not occurred to Carla, nor, as it so happened, had it dawned on Penelope, who said sharply, "Don't be so ridiculous. Of course we want Aunt Muriel to be at the luncheon party, and, as his Grace has just said, Arthur would be very annoyed if he learnt that she was not looking after me." As if the Marquis was aware that Carla was feeling uncomfortable, he said to the Duke, "So you go ahead, Alessia, and I will bring Lady Lindley. I see that there is an empty fiacre just moving away from the embassy." The driver of the fiacre was obviously looking for a passenger, and when the Marquis held out his hand, he drove his horses up the street towards them. Almost before Carla realized what was happening, she found herself inside the fiacre. The Marquis was sitting beside her, and the Duke and Penelope had already driven off. As the horses started to travel downhill, she said apologetically, "I'm sorry if I have given you any trouble." "It is no trouble at all," the Marquis responded. "I could not squeeze into the Duke's chaise, and I'm delighted to have a companion." "It will be so very exciting for me to see a French restaurant," Carla said. "I have read so much about Paris, and now that I'm here, I feel as if I'm in a dream." "Paris has a magic all of its own," the Marquis said, "which I find every time I come here. Of course, that is just the right word for it, Carla agreed, and the Bois seems part of a fairy tale. I could not believe that there were so many fine horses gathered in one place, and so many smart people riding them. I have a feeling that you would have liked to ride one yourself, the Marquis remarked. Of course I would. I ride all the time at home, and I usually find horses more interesting than people. Carla was speaking without thinking, and then she wondered if she had been indiscreet. The Marquis, however, replied, I too am a horse lover, and so it always gives me pleasure to see a really fine horse well ridden by a beautiful woman. Carla thought that he was thinking of Penelope. No one could look more beautiful on a horse than Lady Melford, she said, but I am afraid that she will not get a chance of riding in the Bois while we are here. It may be possible, the Marquis replied. Would you like to ride as well? Carla felt a little thrill of excitement at the idea, and then she remembered that she was supposed to be old. It would be something that I would have greatly enjoyed, but I have not brought a riding habit with me to Paris. She thought that the Marquis was about to persuade her differently, but at that moment they drew up beside the Duke's chaise. It had stopped outside the door of a restaurant. We have arrived, Carla said unnecessarily. So I see, he answered. And now you will meet the dashing young gentlemen of France, and I wonder how they will compare with those you know in England. As she knew very few men in England, she wanted to say that she would not be a good judge. Then she told herself that she must be careful, and so it would be best to say as little as possible. She had no idea what the Marquis was thinking, but he had realized as soon as he saw her that she was the beautiful, fair-haired girl he had seen asleep when he walked into the wrong bedroom. He had thought about her a great deal, and he had, in fact, asked Penelope casually whether there was anyone else staying in the house, apart, of course, from herself and her chaperone. I'm so thankful that I can say no one, she had replied. There are only me and my aunt. Therefore there is no one to notice how often you come in and out. He had been wise enough to ask no more questions. Yet, the moment he saw Carla, he recognized that she was disguised as a middle-aged lady. The question of why she should do so amused and intrigued him. The Marquis had always enjoyed the unexpected, as far too often in his life everything that happened was exactly what he knew it would be. Now he was confronted with what seemed to him an unbelievable problem. Why should anyone so beautiful as the sleeping girl he had seen in the bedroom opposite Penelope's wish to disguise herself with anything as obvious as a hideous wig and an extremely ugly pair of glasses? It took him a little time to reason out that she was playing the part of Penelope's chaperone. He thought that the one person who would insist on one would be Lord Melford. The black clothes she wore did not entirely disguise the perfection of the young figure he had seen by the light of his lantern, and there were some other things about Lady Lindley which were obviously untouched by the age she pretended to be. They entered the restaurant, and Carla was to learn later that it was one of the most fashionable in Paris. As they did so, 5 young men rose from the table where they were sitting to greet them. They kissed Penelope's hand and paid her some extravagant compliments. She was smiling, and her eyes were shining when finally they sat down. To Carla's surprise, she found that the Marquis was sitting next to her, and on the other side there was a handsome young man, but his only desire was obviously to talk to Penelope. Luncheon had already been ordered, and the food, which was delicious, was brought to the table. So was champagne, and every man present raised his glass to Penelope. Each one tried to think of a new way to describe her, apart from the very obvious label of being the most beautiful woman in England. She was hailed as Aphrodite and Venus. Delighted with all the fuss that was being made of her, Penelope looked, Carla thought, even more attractive than she usually did. They had eaten a great deal and also drunk several bottles of champagne when another man joined them. He was introduced as the Comte de Foray. He was obviously very well known to everyone, and they began to compliment him on his great success on the racecourse. In fact, he had apparently just won a major race. "I have a horse," he said to the Duke, "which I think will rival any in your stable. It is such a fine creature with Arab blood in him that I would doubt if there is any other in France or England at present which could beat him." "Now you are boasting," the Duke answered. "As it happens, I also have an Arab stallion I bought 2 weeks ago." He smiled at the Comte before continuing. "I have not yet had time to enter him for a race, but I think when he does so, he will sweep ahead of every Azer, including you, my dear Pierre." "That is indeed a challenge," the Comte explained, "and one, of course, I cannot resist. Shall we both enter the Grand Prix?" "I was thinking of it," the Duke said, "at the same time as I have introduced you to the most beautiful woman in England. I am convinced that I can introduce you to the fastest horse in France. Don't tell me that you can beat me on that." "You are trying to muddle me," the Comte replied. "Women are one thing, horses are another, and as far as I am concerned, it would be impossible to put the perfection of the two together." "That is where you are wrong," the Duke said, to be argumentative. "Lady Melford here is not only the most beautiful woman in England, but I have seen her in Rotten Row, and she is certainly one of the best riders that the country has ever had." A shout of laughter went up from what he had said. A young man who had been paying Penelope many compliments then turned to the Comte. "Now what is your answer to that, eh? Can we find a woman in France to rival her ladyship, even if your horse can rival the Duke's?" "Why do we not have a women's race?" the Comte asked. "I have a chère amie who is an outstanding rider. Let me put her on my Arab, and race the beautiful Lady Melford on yours." Now the applause at the idea was almost deafening, and Carla looked anxiously at Penelope. Would she really undertake such a challenge? She knew that her sister was a very good rider, and it would be impossible, as her father's daughter, for her not to be. Equally, she had never ridden the difficult, rough, untrained horses that she and Richard had to contend with daily. Then she told herself that the Duke's horse, even if it had just arrived, would be well trained, and Penelope would be able to manage it. "I accept your challenge," the Duke said. "And what is the prize?" 1,000 guineas, the Comte replied. The Duke, who was a very rich man, did not hesitate. "Make it 2,000. I have every confidence in my lovely rider." The men round the table were all talking excitedly about the idea of a women's race. It was something no one could remember ever happening before. Mostly women trot-trotted in the Bois. The Marquis was thinking that there were plenty of outstanding women riders in England, while the French really preferred to be driven. He thought that the Comte had been carried away by his own enthusiasm for the horse. In point of fact, he had always rivalled the Duke on the racecourse. What was more, they were both rich and important, and they had therefore often come up against each other in several ways. The Marquis could remember that there had been a somewhat unfortunate incident over a pretty cocotte, and it might have ended in a duel if she had not prevented it. It had, however, left the Duke and the Comte ready to challenge each other on every possible occasion. This one seemed likely to be more intriguing than those that had happened previously. The men were talking at the top of their voices to Penelope, while the Marquis said quietly to Carla, "Is your protégé really a good rider? These Arab horses are magnificent to look at, but they can be tricky until they are properly broken in." "I am sure that Penelope will be able to cope with one," Carla replied confidently. There was nothing else she could say openly. At the same time she was feeling perturbed. The men were discussing when the contest would take place. It was Penelope who decided that. "It will have to be tomorrow," she announced. "I am leaving the day after." There was a cry of protest. "You cannot leave us?" "I promised my husband that I would only stay 2 or 3 days in Paris, as I really came just for my clothes. You have all been very kind, but I have to go back. All the races in the world will not make me change my mind." "Very well," the Comte said. "I will have my horse ready tomorrow afternoon, and I think the least we can do is to give Lady Melford an excellent luncheon beforehand, to which you are all invited." There was a murmur of delight, and the Duke replied, "That is very kind of you. What I will do is give a party afterwards to congratulate the winner. I will make sure that both riders, whatever the outcome of the race, will enjoy themselves." He sounded so hospitable, and the others applauded what he had just said. "It is the most exciting thing that has happened for some time," one of them said to the Marquis. "I am quite certain that the betting will be extremely heavy." "Do you know anything about the rider the Comte is putting on his horse?" the Marquis inquired. The young man shook his head. "Nothing, but the Comte usually manages to have something up his sleeve. After all, his horses have done magnificently this last year." "That is indeed true," the Marquis agreed, "but I'm hoping that no one will get hurt." "Why should they? After all, if women try to play the part of men, they must be pretty experienced even to have the cheek to do so." The Marquis laughed. Penelope then rose from the end of the table. "This has all been very exciting," she said, "but I think now that I would like to go home." "You cannot," the Duke exclaimed. "I promised to show you the Greek statue in my house that resembles you in every way. We must go there first." Penelope hesitated, and the Marquis said to Carla, "Let me take you home. I think that nothing more will happen until tomorrow dawns, and as the Duke is being so possessive, there is no point in arguing with him." Carla felt sorry for him, but she had no wish to impose herself on Penelope and the Duke. "If you could please take me back, I should be very grateful," she said. They walked out of the restaurant, and only when they were outside did she say, "Perhaps I should tell Penelope what I'm doing." "I doubt if she will worry very much about you," the Marquis said, "and, to be frank, I have an appointment that I don't want to be late for." There was nothing that Carla could do but step into the fiacre he had summoned. They drove away from the restaurant in silence. Then he asked unexpectedly, "What are you thinking about?" "I was thinking," Carla replied truthfully, "about the Arab horses. I have seen 1 or 2, but the way that the Duke and the Comte were speaking, they must have very fine examples. There is no doubt that they are the fastest horses in the world." "I agree with you," the Marquis said, "and I have quite a number of Arabs in my stable as well." Carla turned to him excitedly. "How lucky you are! It is so difficult to buy them in London, and if one comes up at Tattersall's, it is snapped up before anyone has time to see it." "How do you know that?" the Marquis inquired. Carla drew in her breath. She realized that she had been talking as herself. Richard had often wanted Arab-bred horses in their stable, but they could not afford them. The Marquis was waiting for her answer. Carla smiled. "Do men ever talk about anything except horses?" she asked. The Marquis laughed. "They have another topic of conversation when the woman they are with is beautiful." She felt that this was something she knew nothing about. As their carriage turned into the Rue Saint-Honoré, she said, "Personally, I think horses are, on the whole, more interesting than people." She thought as she spoke that it was really a rather stupid remark. After all, she knew very few people, but had spent so much of her time with horses. The Marquis would not understand, and he would think that an old lady, as he thought her to be, was merely being somewhat foolish. Quickly, because she felt once again that she had made a mistake, Carla said, "Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing me home. It is so kind of you." Chapter 4. The Marquis was bored. He had taken Penelope, as they had arranged, out to dinner. He had chosen what he knew was a fashionable but fairly quiet restaurant. Unfortunately, when they arrived, there were 2 men present who had been at the luncheon party. They sprang to their feet and came to the Marquis's table to compliment Penelope and to talk excitedly about the race tomorrow. "Of course you will win," one of them said, "and you will have the envy of every woman in Paris and the admiration of every man." Penelope laughed. "It would be disastrous if I failed." "You could not fail at anything," the young man replied. "You are so beautiful." The other one turned to the Marquis. "If you are to be the starter and the judge," he said, "I warn you, you will be watched very carefully by the Comte." The Marquis smiled. "Are you suggesting that he thinks I might cheat?" "That's such an odd word," the young man replied. "But then who would not cheat for anything as exquisite as Lady Melford?" They went on sparring together until dinner, which the Marquis had ordered, began to arrive. Then they reluctantly left them. No sooner had they gone than more people came in, and one of the newcomers had also been at the luncheon. He stopped to talk with Penelope for quite a long time. The Marquis, who disliked his food getting cold, ate in silence. Then there was a small interval. Just as Penelope and the Marquis reached the 3rd course, the Duke arrived. When he saw Penelope, he headed towards her. "I had no idea that I would be so lucky as to meet you here," he said. "Why did you not tell me that you were coming?" "It was the Marquis's choice, not mine," Penelope answered him. "Well, now you are here," the Duke said, "I feel that we must eat together while we talk about the race tomorrow. The more I think about it, the more momentous it is." "In what way?" the Marquis asked. "That Lady Melford should win the race, and be the first woman to ride round the course at Longchamp." "I don't think we can be sure of that," the Marquis said sarcastically. "And anyway, the race is private." The Duke laughed. "I think it would be impossible to keep anything so exciting to ourselves. I can only hope that an audience will not make our lady riders feel shy." "It will not worry me," Penelope pointed out. No, of course not," the Duke agreed, "and I am willing to wager a large sum of money that you will romp home first, without any difficulty." "Touch wood," Penelope said. "You are boasting. It's always a great mistake to count your chickens before they are hatched." The Duke threw back his head and guffawed. "Oh, that is a typical remark that the English make, and it never ceases to amuse me." "Well, amusement or not," the Marquis retorted, "I suggest you let us finish our dinner." "Oh, now you are being a dog in the manger," the Duke said in English, "and that is an appropriate Anglican remark, as I hope you will agree." "I find it difficult to eat," the Marquis said, "with so much talk." The Duke laughed again. "Whatever you say, I think that you are being very unsociable, Wellborn. So I am going to join my party with yours." He paused before he added, "However much you may argue, we naturally have to talk about the race and where you want to start it. There may not be time tomorrow." The Marquis could not think of any reason why there should not be. Penelope was obviously enjoying the company of the Duke and the 2 friends he had with him. He therefore allowed himself, much against his best judgment, to join the Duke's party at a far larger table. When they sat down, it was obvious that the Duke intended to talk to Penelope, and he ignored the two other women in his party. The Marquis sat on the other side of her, but made no effort to interrupt or join in their conversation. He just thought that the whole scenario was not at all amusing, and so he made no effort to do anything but eat and drink. When they had finished dinner, Penelope was still receiving compliments. They were not only from their own party, but from friends of the Duke. The friends had come in later, and the moment they arrived, they made an excuse for going up to talk to him. It was, of course, because they wished to speak to Penelope. She responded to the flattery as if she was bathed in sunshine, and it then occurred to the Marquis that if he was married to anyone like Penelope, he would find it quite intolerable. He felt very sorry for Lord Melford. How could he endure having his wife surrounded by admirers day after day? The Marquis had thought, and it was something he had often heard, that Penelope was amusing and witty. Yet he could not remember anything she had said, and it was easy, he mused cynically, for a beautiful woman to be attributed with many assets she did not actually have. The evening drew on. More people came in late, who immediately found some excuse to speak to the Duke and to meet Penelope. It was very obvious that she was already the talk of Paris. Just as, the Marquis thought, she was talked about incessantly in England. He came rapidly to the conclusion that he found this extremely boring. He liked the woman he was with to be beautiful, but at the same time he liked her to show some interest in him. At least she should listen to what he had to tell her, and it was quite obvious to him now that Penelope wanted compliments, not conversation. When the dinner came to an end, the Duke said, "I tell you what we must do. There is a new singer at a cabaret in Montmartre, who is a sensation. Let's go to hear her, and I think the palace itself is quite interesting." "That will be wonderful," Penelope agreed. "I have always longed to visit Montmartre." She did not add that it was the one place that her husband would never dream of taking her. The Marquis guessed that this was the truth. He bent towards her. "You must forgive me," he said, "but I have rather a headache, and I think, if you will excuse me, I will go back to the embassy. I shall need my wits about me when I see you win the race tomorrow." Penelope hesitated for a moment, and then she said in a voice that only he could hear, "I thought that we would be alone tonight." "I thought so too," the Marquis said, "but you will enjoy Montmartre, and I find it impossible to stay up late when I have a headache." Penelope looked questioningly into his eyes. He knew she was asking if it was just an excuse to leave, and that he would join her later. "I will see you tomorrow," he said firmly, "and do not be late. Remember that you have an exhausting race in front of you." He raised her hand in the French fashion, but his lips did not actually touch her skin. Penelope was wondering if she should plead with him. He rose before she could do so, and thanked the Duke for his hospitality. "I thought we would have all a quick meal at the restaurant in the Bois de Boulogne before we go to the racecourse," the Duke said. 1 o'clock, sharp, and don't be late." "I will not be," the Marquis replied. He walked towards the door. He looked back to see that the men at the Duke's table were once again toasting Penelope. The porter outside procured a fiacre for him. As the Marquis then sat back in the carriage, he was thinking of Penelope, and he decided that women who were only interested in themselves were undoubtedly a bore. Yet who, he asked himself, wants to spend much time with a woman who is plain, even if she really is interested in the man she was with? This was surely another of those endless problems that was actually unanswerable. The Marquis then began to think that after the race tomorrow he would return to London. His affairs de cour never lasted very long. He knew now, if he was honest, that he had no wish to make love to Penelope again. He had made a mistake in coming to Paris when she had begged him to do so. He was well aware that she would not want to lose him easily. Paris was one thing with the Duke and all her other admirers, but when they returned to London, she would undoubtedly, the Marquis thought, want him. He had managed to extricate himself from quite a number of pretty women. Once the curtain fell, he was no longer interested in them, and he often wondered why he found it impossible to be excited by them for long. He asked himself the question, and he had found the answer just as the fiacre drew up outside the British Embassy. It was because he was initially attracted entirely by their looks, and not by their brains, he decided. He stepped out and paid the driver, giving him a tip that made him touch his cap and say, "Merci beaucoup, monsieur." Then, as he turned in at the embassy door, he had another idea. He walked slowly up the road. He reached the house where Penelope and her aunt, Lady Lindley, were staying. He opened the door with the key that Penelope had given him, and then he saw, as he had before, the oil lamp standing just inside the hall. He closed the door behind him, and wondered if he went upstairs and opened the door on the left side of the corridor, what he would see. Would it be the supposed Lady Lindley as he had seen her on that first night? Then he hesitated, thinking he would doubtless frighten her if she was awake. He suddenly became aware that there was a candle burning in the corridor at the end of the hall. It was still not very late in the evening. Having visited the house before, he knew almost instinctively where Lady Lindley would be, that is, if she had not gone to bed. He walked to the library, recalling how the books had covered the walls when he had last seen them. Carla had eaten a light but very enjoyable dinner alone. She had been told by the major domo a little of what had happened in Paris before the terrible siege. She did not want to think of the people starving or to contemplate the damage inflicted on so many beautiful houses. She wanted to hear of the times when the Parisians were very happy and when Frederick Worth had made the women look more glamorous than they had ever done in any previous period. The major domo had informed her of many facts and figures that she wanted to know, and she had greatly enjoyed all that she heard. When dinner was over, he told her that she would find some interesting books in his master's library. "I have not had time to see them until now," Carla said, "and I promise I will be very careful with them." "I am sure that you will, my lady," the major domo replied. "And the Vicomte, my master, has taken as much trouble collecting his books as he did over the furniture and pictures, which I know that you admire." "They are all wonderful," Carla enthused. She was leaving the dining room when the major domo added, "If you are going to be late, my lady, would you be kind enough to blow out the candles when you go to bed? I will leave a lamp, as her ladyship asked me to do, in the hall." "I promise you I will remember the candles," Carla said. She went down the passage and into the library. There were so many books, and they all looked so enticing that it was difficult for her to know where to begin. Finally, she found one with beautiful illustrations. As the book was large, she sat down on the floor to read it. Always, when she was engrossed in a book, Carla forgot time and forgot everything else except what she was reading. The pile of books that she had selected grew beside her. She had no idea that it was approaching midnight. Then suddenly she heard the door open. She thought that it must be the major domo telling her that he was going to bed. She looked up and saw, to her astonishment, that it was the Marquis. He walked across the room to where she was sitting on the floor. "I thought I would find you here," he remarked. Carla looked up at him in consternation. "Is it late?" she asked. "Has Penelope come back?" "Penelope has gone with a party to Montmartre," the Marquis replied. "But I returned to the embassy, and then I thought I would just look in to see if there was anything you wanted." "How kind of you," Carla answered. "I was in here reading these wonderful books, and had no idea what time it was. I promised the major domo that I would blow out the candles when I went to bed. I had a feeling, the Marquis said, sitting down in an armchair, that this is where you would be. So, why do books matter so much to you? He noticed, without saying anything, that when she realized who he was, Carla had quickly slipped on her ugly glasses, which had been lying on the floor by her side. I think books mean so much to me, she said, as if considering his question carefully, because it is the only way until now that I have been able to travel. She gave a little sigh before she continued. There are so many places that I want to visit, and so many things I want to see. Although I may never get to see them in reality, I can still know about them and learn about them from books. The Marquis smiled. That is a very good answer, and of course you're right. This is such a marvellous library, Carla said with a note of enthusiasm in her voice. The major domo was telling me about it at dinner, and I found some books here that I would love to possess. She made a helpless gesture with her hands. I am afraid, in the short time we are here, that I shall not be able to read very many. Are you finding them more attractive than Paris? The Marquis asked. No, of course not, Carla replied. I have always longed to visit Paris, and it is just as thrilling as I thought it would be. So, are you too poor to travel to other parts of the world? The Marquis asked. Or was it impossible for you to do so when you were married? As he spoke the last words, Carla looked down at her mother's wedding ring. She was wearing it on her left hand, and she was half afraid that she had forgotten to put it on. But it was there, and she said quickly, Oh, my husband was not a very keen traveller. Also, as you have said, it was something we could not afford. If you could go now to anywhere in the world that you wanted, where would you go? Carla clasped her hands together as if the very idea of it was delightful. First, to Greece, she said. Then to Egypt to see the pyramids and the Sphinx. After that, I would love to go to Turkey, or better still, if it was possible, to India. There was a rapt note in her voice, and it told the Marquis how much the very idea of it meant to her. So that is what you dream about, he commented, or look for in the books you read. All that, and so much more, Carla replied. There was a pause, and then the Marquis said, Are you, like all other women, whatever their age, seeking love? He spoke very quietly. Carla, whose mind was still on the subject of where she would like to travel, answered without thinking. It is something I have never known, but of course I want to find it, just as the knights in the past sought the Holy Grail. So that is what love means to you, the Marquis said, something holy and totally different to what the majority of people think it means. I think perhaps it is something so wonderful that it cannot be discovered by everyone, Carla said. Yet it is right that we should go on seeking it, and it is a mistake to take second best. She was still talking as herself, not as the person she was pretending to be. The Marquis was fully aware of this. Then I can only hope, he said, that one day you will find what you seek. He thought as he spoke that it was what he was seeking too. He had, however, been sidetracked by what was called love, but which certainly had no resemblance to the Holy Grail. He had a sudden wish not to probe any deeper at this moment. He rose to his feet. I think, he suggested, that we should both go to bed. We have a great deal to do tomorrow, and you will find the excitement of the race will prove rather exhausting, even though you are not taking part in it. Carla gave a deep sigh. It was as if she had just come back to reality. Oh, of course you're right, she agreed. I will go to bed, dream of what I have been reading, and hope that one day I shall know the answer to the many questions that I don't understand at the moment. The Marquis at once wanted to find out what those questions were, and he wondered if he himself knew the answer to them. but he thought it a mistake to stay any longer. He rose and helped Carla put back the books in the places she had taken them from. The Marquis was aware that it was a remarkably good choice, and wondered if he too would enjoy reading them if he had the time. Carla blew out the 2 candelabra that had lit the room, and the Marquis opened the door. "We have to blow out the candles in the passage," Carla said. "You take the left side, and I will take the right. I promised the major domo that I would extinguish every one." The Marquis went to the left side of the passage. He finished blowing out the candles in their silver sconces at the same time as Carla had finished blowing out those on the right-hand side. Then she moved towards him to enter the hall. As they did so, they were both aware that the front door was being opened. Instinctively they both stood still. A moment later the front door closed. 2 people were now walking up the stairs. One of them was carrying the lamp that had been on the table in the hall. As they came into sight, Carla would have moved forward, but the Marquis put out his hand and laid it on her arm. Carla realized, without him saying anything, that he was stopping her from joining Penelope and the Duke. They were now halfway up the stairs. As if he had told her exactly what to do, Carla did not move in the shadow of the passage. Penelope and the Duke were out of sight, and because the lamp had gone with them, Carla and the Marquis were in darkness. The exception was a faint light that came from the long narrow windows on each side of the front door. They had no curtains, and the moonlight made just a faint light on the carpet. Then, as they heard Penelope's bedroom door close, Carla whispered, "I must go to help her. I expect she has asked the Duke to undo her gown, and that is why he has gone with her upstairs." For a moment the Marquis thought that she must be joking, and then he understood. The young girl he had seen asleep the first night he had come here was completely innocent. Speaking in a low voice which was little more than a whisper, he said, "That would be a mistake. Go to bed now, and don't think of what you have just seen." He walked to the front door as he spoke and opened it. He slipped out into the moonlit street, and only then did he realize that Carla was still with him. He looked down at her and longed to take off her glasses so that he could see her eyes. She was gazing up at him. He had the instant feeling that she was a child who suddenly felt afraid by something she did not understand. "Are you quite certain?" Carla asked. "I should not tell Penelope that I'm awake and can help her if she wants me." "I think if you do so, you would be intruding and very unwelcome," the Marquis warned her quietly. He was aware that Carla stiffened. Then she said in a voice that he could hardly hear, You don't mean... You cannot mean..." "Please forget it," the Marquis said sharply. "Don't trouble your head over something which does not concern you in any way." "But Penelope is married," Carla exclaimed. "When people are married," he answered, "they do things that one cannot always understand. It is a matter that only concerns them." He put his hand on her shoulder. "Do as I tell you. Go to bed. Say your prayers and think only of the race tomorrow." Carla drew in her breath. "I will try to," she murmured. She spoke hesitantly, and he was aware that, strange though it might seem, and almost unbelievable, that she was intensely shocked. She now realized what must be happening. "You should not be involved in any way in this sort of nonsense," he declared quietly. He spoke angrily, almost to himself, but she heard him. "I will do what you say," she said in a very childish voice. "But I did not know that anyone, especially Penelope, was like that." The Marquis took her hand in his. "I told you to forget it," he advised. "It's not your business, nor is it mine." He then raised her hand to his lips as he spoke, and kissed it very gently. He felt her give a little quiver as he did so, which he thought was one of surprise. Then he walked away, without looking back at her, and Carla watched him until he went in through the front door of the embassy. Then, going into the house, she closed the door very quietly behind her, and hurried up the stairs, feeling her way in the darkness. She was concerned that she might hear what was happening in Penelope's room. She groped her way to find her own bedroom, and going into it, she closed the door quietly and firmly behind her. She started to undress. Yet she kept asking herself, how was it possible? How could Penelope do anything so wrong and so wicked? How could she keep her from knowing that she and the Marquis had seen her and the Duke going upstairs? It was a long time before Carla could go to sleep. When she did, she dreamed fitfully of the pyramids in Egypt. Morning came, and Carla awoke. She was thinking that the whole thing must have been part of a dream. How could it have been possible for the Marquis to come and talk to her in the library, and for them to have actually seen her sister and the Duke go upstairs together? Carla could not help going back in her mind over what had occurred. She was intelligent enough to realize exactly why the Marquis had stopped her from speaking to Penelope. He had known what was happening. It still seemed to Carla just incredible that her sister could do anything so unkind to her husband, who loved her. Of course, she well knew that people like kings and princes had mistresses, and she had read about the famous cocottes of the Second Empire. She knew how attractive and flamboyant they had been, but somehow she had never applied them to do anything that had happened in her life, nor to anyone she knew. She realized now that she was not only very young, but very ignorant. It was not surprising. Her governess had never lingered on such women as Madame Pompadour or Nell Gwyn. They were just part of history, and somehow they had not seemed to Carla to be in any way connected. Now she could look back to stories that she had read, but had not understood. She had not connected French cocottes with men of her acquaintance, like the Marquis and the Duke. What had never occurred to her was that married women should be unfaithful to their husbands, and it most certainly did not come into the normal life she lived. People occasionally spoke of young men in London, like the Prince of Wales, pursuing many pretty women, and Carla, in her innocence, did not think that it meant any more than paying them extravagant compliments, kissing their hands and giving them presents. Now she thought that when her sister appeared, she would somehow look different, and she would be changed from the way she had looked yesterday. Penelope, however, slept until after 10 o'clock. When she appeared, she was looking, Carla thought, even lovelier than usual. She had been sure that there would be something different about her, if only because she was ashamed at what she had done. Instead, Penelope talked excitedly about the race and how everyone she had met last night said that it was impossible for her not to win convincingly. "Do you know anything about the woman who is riding for the Comte?" Carla asked her. Penelope shook her head. "Oh, she's of no importance, like me, although, of course, she may be one of the Comte's old mistresses. One never knows with the French." For the first time, Carla paid attention to the word. Was it possible, she ruminated, that her sister could be considered the mistress of the Duke? If so, what could she do about it? Would anyone else be aware of it except herself? The Marquis knew, but then he was a man, and she was certain that gentlemen would not betray each other, unless they were outsiders or even jealous rivals. Then it came into her mind that the Marquis might be jealous of the Duke. After all, he had wanted to be alone with Penelope, and that was why he had asked her out to dinner. Yet he had come home without her. It all passed through Carla's mind. It puzzled her, but she had no answer, no solution, and there was no one she could ask. Penelope was dressed in a brand-new habit. It had arrived early in the morning from Frederick Worth. It was made of the white pique he had shown them yesterday, and was trimmed with green braid that matched Penelope's eyes. It was extremely smart and very dashing, and Carla was certain it was a habit that Penelope would not be able to wear in England. but it seemed appropriate for the race that was to take place this afternoon. It was a hot day, and Carla wished that she could wear something as pretty herself. Instead, she was obliged to put on the black that her sister had provided for her. There was, however, a thin silk jacket which had a black skirt to match it. Amongst the few things which were not black, there was an expensive white blouse inset with lace. Carla put it on, as she thought, as she could not wear a summer frock, that this was cooler than anything else she had been given. She chose a pretty hat of black straw with touches of white in the way it was decorated. When she looked in the mirror, she thought that she looked quite attractive. She only wished that she did not have to put on her glasses. They spoiled the whole picture. "I wish," she began, and then stopped herself. After all, no one was going to take any notice of her. She was very, very fortunate to be in France, besides taking part in such exciting events. There had never been any suggestion in England of a woman riding in a race, and Carla mused that it was like the French to think of something new. Penelope came into her room just as she finished dressing. "I want you to make quite certain," she said, "that you have put those lines under your eyes and at the side of your mouth. I thought yesterday they were too faint. It would be a great mistake for anyone to know that you're not as old as you pretend to be." She spoke in a disagreeable voice, and Carla said quickly, "I'm sorry, Penelope. I expect the lines must have rubbed off in the heat, but I will do them better today." "Just rub them well into your skin," Penelope urged her. "Anyway, I don't suppose that anyone will notice you closely." Carla knew that the end of the sentence should be, "because they will be looking at me." Penelope did not say it, but she was looking at her reflection in the mirror, and there was a satisfied expression in her eyes. "You look very lovely," Carla said, feeling that she should have said so before. "I most certainly think that this riding habit is very attractive," Penelope said, "but I think they would faint if I wore it in England, even in Rotten Row. I expect if you did wear it, that a great number of people would try to copy it," Carla suggested. "That is definitely a possibility," she answered. Penelope looked at the clock and said, "Oh, the Duke will be calling for us in a minute or two. Be careful not to sit too close to me and crease my skirt." "I will try not to," Carla replied. The Duke had brought not only his best chaise with his finest horses in which to convey Penelope, there was also another chaise that he informed them he had brought for the Marquis. "If he is to be the judge, then he must arrive in style. I thought that Lady Lindley would like to drive with him, which will prevent us being squeezed." "You think of everything," Penelope said. "I think of you," the Duke breathed, "and just how fortunate I am to have anyone so lovely riding my horse." It was exactly what Penelope wanted him to say, but Carla turned away. She did not want to listen, because when Penelope and the Duke talked to each other like that, she could not help thinking of Lord Melford. The Marquis arrived a few minutes later, and was delighted to hear that the Duke had provided him with a chaise. "That's very kind of you," he said. "When you come to England, I will lend you one of mine. I have a new team of chestnuts, which are, I think, most unique, and certainly would command a great deal of attention." "I could have brought a team today," the Duke said, as if not to be outdone. "But I thought that 2 horses would be enough when they have to stand about waiting for us for a long time." "I agree with you," the Marquis replied, "and the 2 you are driving are exceptionally well bred." "You are correct at that," the Duke agreed. They began to talk animatedly about horses, until Penelope suggested, "Do let's drive in the Bois de Boulogne before we have luncheon. I'm tired of hearing you talk about horses when you might be talking about me." "You know that is what I want to do," the Duke said gallantly. There was a note in his voice that made Carla feel embarrassed. As she looked away, she met the Marquis's eyes, and she was almost sure that he knew what she was thinking. "Come and look at the horses I am to drive," he offered. "They are worth your attention, because the Duke has one of the best stables in France."
"I thought he must have," Carla said. "And you, I understand, have one of the best in England."
"I like to think so," the Marquis answered. "But, as you know, I have a great deal of competition."
He climbed into the chaise. When they started to move off, Carla enthused. "I am really excited that the race today is to be run at Longchamp. I only realized, since I have come to Paris, that Longchamp was part of the Bois. It is something I never read about in England."
"It started, as I expect you know," the Marquis said, "in 1864, when Manet painted a superb picture of the first race at Longchamp. The jockeys, in their multicoloured caps and jackets, are all riding at headlong speed, and the horses are all thundering down the course. It is a brilliant impression of excitement."
Carla was listening intently. This was exactly what she wanted to hear about the racing at Longchamp. "Do tell me more," she begged him. "I long to know about the racecourse before I see it."
The Marquis smiled. "It was the Duc de Morny, a statesman, a sportsman, and an amateur dramatic, who first thought of the Grand Prix."
"Oh, I read about it somewhere," Carla exclaimed. "I think it was won by an English horse."
"It was, but the next year a French horse won it, and also won the Derby."
"Now I know what you are talking about," Carla said excitedly. "That was Gladiateur, which belonged to the Comte de Lagrange." The Marquis was surprised that she knew so much about horses, and he realized from the way she talked about them how much they meant to her. He was quite used to men like himself finding horses the most exciting pastime in their lives, but he knew only too well, however, that if he talked about them too fluently, it would make a woman yawn. All the way until they reached the Bois de Boulogne, Carla was questioning him about his stable. She made intelligent remarks which surprised him, and he thought to himself that it would be very interesting to take her round his own stables and see what her views would be on his various horses. He had the idea that she would pick out the winners as quickly as he could himself. When they then reached the Bois, there were the usual numbers of people riding and driving. Carla looked at them with interest. "There is a good horse," she exclaimed once. She pointed it out to the Marquis, and he agreed with her. They were to have luncheon out of doors at the Prix Catalan restaurant, which was very popular. It was in the very centre of the Bois de Boulogne, and they were expecting the Duke. The proprietor himself received him with much bowing and words of appreciation that he was patronizing the restaurant. The table the Duke had ordered was under the shade of the trees, and when they had sat down, it was, to the Marquis's relief, just the four of them.
"I thought it a mistake to have too many people for luncheon," the Duke explained. "We will keep the celebrations for this evening. But now I want the rider of my horse to feel relaxed and not in the least agitated about what lies ahead."
"I can assure you that I am not that," Penelope said. "I ride when I am in London almost every day, and Arthur has bought some excellent horses for me. In fact, I can say confidently that they are outstanding."
"How could they be anything else when you are riding them?" the Duke asked.
"Of course, they are very well trained and broken in," the Marquis said. "I am hoping, Your Grace, that we can say the same about yours. And by the way, what is his name?"
"It is Les Sauteurs," the Duke replied.
Listening to them, Carla knew that Les Sauteurs meant the leaping one, and wondered, as there were no jumps, if the name was appropriate.
"I can assure you of one thing," the Duke added. "He will beat Baudefeu, which belongs to Forêt."
"Fireflash," the Marquis translated. "Let's hope that he is not as righteous as his name conveys." Carla was aware that, while the men were talking about the horses, that Penelope was not listening. She was looking at herself in the little mirror which was in her handbag, and then she glanced round to see who else in the restaurant was admiring her. She was certainly not nervous, Carla reflected. If she herself was riding, she would be so excited that she would find it difficult to concentrate on anything else, or want to eat or drink. Penelope, however, enjoyed the special dishes that the Duke had ordered for them, as well as appreciating the excellent champagne that they were drinking. It was the Marquis who kept an eye on them. "As I have not been to Longchamp before as a judge," he said, "I want to have a look at the winning post as well as the course before we start the race." Yes, of course, you must," the Duke agreed. "At the same time, I have an idea that, as we have the place all to ourselves, we might start the ladies at the winning post rather than the starting post." The Marquis looked surprised. "It means," the Duke went on, "we shall be beside them at the last moment before they start off, and will not have to walk back down to another position at the end of the race." "Ah, I see your point," the Marquis said, "and I think it's a good one. We will start at the winning post, and end at the winning post, and the race just takes them all round the course." He turned towards Penelope before he added, "I'm sure that I need not tell you, my lady, that it is a mistake to start off too fast or to give your horse its head until the last furlong. I expect I shall remember all the tricks of the trade once we start," Penelope said in a bored voice. "But what I am really wanting to hear is what the winner receives as a prize." The Duke laughed. "A very sensible question indeed. Shall I tell you that it is something very attractive like yourself and, of course, comes from Oscar Masson?" Penelope gave a little cry of delight. Carla remembered that Oscar Masson was the celebrated jeweller of the Second Empire, who had created jewellery in the shape of diamond brocades and foliage that might be compared with the finest work of the 18th century. He had excelled in jewelled flowers, and Carla had read that he made a spray of eglantine and lilies of the valley which seemed to shine with an iridescent light. The Duke bent to whisper something in Penelope's ear, and then the Marquis asked Carla in a quiet voice, "And if you were given a prize at the end of such a race, what would you prefer?" Carla gave a little laugh. "You know the answer to that," she replied. "A horse. And I don't think that it would be much more expensive." Chapter 5. When the luncheon was over, they once again climbed into the chaise and drove to the racecourse. To Carla's surprise, there were quite a number of people already there, mostly men. She glanced a little apprehensively at the Marquis, who commented, "The Duke is a great talker, and you can be quite certain that he notified all his friends of what was happening today." Carla gave him a knowing smile. Luckily, Lady Melford is not shy. "How can she be with so much continual applause?" the Marquis said in a somewhat sarcastic voice. They drew up beside a crowd in front of the grandstand, and just over the railings they could see the winning post. A groom went to the horses' heads, and the Marquis stepped out to assist Carla out of the chaise. As they walked towards the crowd, she saw the Comte, and standing beside him was a woman in a very smart riding habit. It was blue, trimmed with white braid, and Carla guessed that it came, like Penelope's, from Frederick Worth. The Comte shook the Marquis and Carla by the hand, and then introduced her to the woman standing beside him. "This is Madame Yvonne," he announced, "who is an outstanding rider and who is quite prepared to challenge the English." The Marquis laughed and shook hands with Madame Yvonne, whom he had met before. "I can well believe that," he said, "but the Duke is quite certain he is going to win." Madame Yvonne was not in the least beautiful, but like so many French women, she had an undeniable attraction. When she smiled, her eyes seemed to twinkle, and she had a low, seductive voice. There was something about her that made Carla certain that she really was a good rider, and she thought that Penelope would have to look to her laurels.
"I have been longing to show you my new Arabe," the Comte turned and said to the Marquis. "If there is anyone who understands Arab horses, it is you." "I like to think so," the Marquis replied, "and I'm much looking forward to being introduced to Boatfou." As he was speaking, the horse came towards them from the paddock. Carla drew in her breath. It was most certainly an outstanding stallion. He was entirely black, except for a touch of white on his nose and one fetlock. He was tossing his head, and she thought he considered himself unbeatable. Carla remembered, however, she should be supporting Penelope, and so she moved to where she was standing beside the Duke, surrounded by a number of men, many of whom had been present at the party last night. They greeted the Marquis most effusively, and Carla indifferently, as if she was of no consequence. Then the Duke's horse appeared, from the same direction the Comte's had come, and Carla saw at once that Le Sauteuse was as fine a horse as his opponent's. He was, however, protesting wildly at being taken onto the racecourse. He was bucking and rearing up, and 2 grooms were having difficulty in holding him. He was brought up to the Duke, who was standing near the winning post, and as he reared again, the Duke said sharply, "Why is Le Sauteuse being so obstreperous today?" "He's always like this when I first take him out of the stable, monsieur," the groom replied. "Well, calm him down," the Duke ordered. "We want to start the race as soon as possible." The groom looked sullenly at the Duke as he spoke, as if asking him to do something about himself. The Marquis then turned to the crowd and told them to go and stand behind the railings. They obeyed him, each of them saying as they went a word of good luck to Penelope. She certainly looked most attractive in her pink riding habit, and she was wearing, Carla saw, an extremely attractive hat. It was small and not unlike an elaborate cap, but made by a master hand. It had a charm all of its own. The Marquis, who had spoken with authority, was now left in front of the winning post with the 2 horses. Le Sauteuse was still bucking and rearing up, while the Comte's well-behaved Boatfou was standing and waiting for Madame Yvonne to mount him. The Comte lifted her onto the saddle, and Carla heard him say to her, "Don't let me down. I am depending on you to teach the Duke a lesson. He is far too conceited." Madame Yvonne gave a little laugh. "Don't worry, mon brave. I will come first." The Comte smiled at her, and Carla thought that they must be fond of each other. Then she turned to see what was happening to Penelope. She saw at a glance that her sister was looking worried and a little frightened at the way that Le Sauteuse was behaving. The grooms were hanging tightly onto his reins, but they could not prevent him kicking violently out with his hind legs. He was making every attempt as he reared up to rid himself of them. The Duke was for once silent, watching his Arab stallion with a frown. It told Carla without words that he was perturbed at the horse's behaviour. What was more, he did not know how to cope with it. The Marquis was saying nothing. He was just gazing at Le Sauteuse and wondering how soon he would be able to start the race. Come on, the Duke shouted at his grooms. "Surely you can do something with the animal." "We are doing the best we can, your grace," one of the men panted. "But when he behaves like this, there is no stopping him." The Duke murmured an exasperated oath beneath his breath. Carla looked at Penelope, and suddenly she said in a terrified voice, "I cannot do it. I'm not going to ride an animal like that. He will kill me." Both the Duke and the Marquis stared at her, but did not speak. It was then, impulsively, because she thought that she must somehow help the situation, Carla called out,
I will ride him." As she spoke, she pulled off her hat and the light coat that covered her blouse. Then, before the Marquis or the Duke could stop her or speak, she walked up to the horse. She started to talk to him in a soft, coaxing voice, which she and Richard always used on an obstreperous animal. She thought, as he came from a French stable, that she should speak to him in French. She said to him, as she would have said to an English horse, "You are such a big, wonderful stallion, but now you are frightening everyone, and you have to realize that you must be quiet and obedient. If you go on like this, they will not admire you as much as they do at the moment." She stopped to pat his neck before continuing. "I admire you very much. I think you are wonderful, and one of the finest horses I have ever seen. But of course, that is understandable, as you have Arab blood in you." She talked to him and went on talking. The rearing and kicking became gradually less, and the stallion began to calm down. Then Carla put out her hand and patted his neck again. As he gave another less ferocious kick, she said without changing the tone of her voice, "Lift me onto the saddle." She expected one of the grooms to do so, but to her surprise, it was the Marquis. He lifted her up and placed her on the saddle, and then he slipped her left foot into a stirrup. "Take him slowly," he advised quietly. Carla took the reins. The grooms moved hastily away as Les Sautus reared, but it was not a wild gesture as he had done before. Carla went on talking as she moved him slowly towards the winning post. Madame Yvonne was there looking with a smile at what was happening to her rival. One quick glance at the Comte's face told Carla that he was jeering at the exhibition that the Duke's horse had just made. Then somehow she manoeuvred him almost into the right position beside Bodefou. As she did so, the Marquis called, "Are you ready? Steady. 1, 2, 3, go!" His voice seemed to ring out. As if the horses knew what it meant as well as their riders, they both started forward. There was really no need for Carla to tell Les Sautus what was expected of him. He began to strain in an effort to reach Bodefou, who was now a full length ahead. Carla held him back. "There is plenty of time," she said. "I don't want you to tire yourself too quickly. Just take it slowly and be as good as you are at this moment. Make no mistake, you have to be clever to beat the one ahead." She settled herself down in the saddle, and she knew that the horse she was riding was undoubtedly the fastest she had ever ridden. She could feel his muscles working beneath her, and knew instinctively from her long association with horses that he was indeed exceptional. The Duke thought that he had a winner, but Bodefou was experienced and exceedingly well trained. The racecourse was very beautiful, with trees on either side of it, and the ground was dry. As they curved round the first bend, Madame Yvonne was close to the rails, already urging her horse forward. Carla still kept Les Sautus back. It was what Richard always taught her to do. A violent dash forward at the beginning usually meant a certain amount of exhaustion at the end. But now Les Sautus was resenting that Bodefou was in front of him, and he was striving to catch up and beat him. Still, Carla kept her reins tight. She only released them a little when they were halfway round the course. Then, as they turned once again, she gave Les Sautus his head. It was just what he wanted. As if he understood that he could now do what he was longing for, he rushed forward violently. For a moment, it made Carla afraid of falling from the saddle. She was slightly restricted by her skirt, which was not as wide as a proper riding habit would have been, but she thought if she tore it, it was in a good cause. Now the winning post was in sight. The two horses were pounding along side by side. Each was determined, without any encouragement from their riders, to beat the other. They thundered down the last part of the course. It was impossible for Carla to see ahead. She was only concerned with urging Les Autus forward. Then, as they swept past the winning post, she had no idea whether she had won or lost. It was with the greatest difficulty that she and Madame Yvonne then managed to pull in their horses. Finally, they turned them round so that they trotted back to where the Marquis, as judge, was waiting for them. Neither of the women spoke to each other. Because Carla thought it polite, as they were on French soil, she let Madame Yvonne ride ahead. So she reached the Marquis before Carla. Then, as they rode up, there were wild cheers. The men were waving their hats, and Carla saw what she thought was a satisfied smile on the Comte's face. Madame Yvonne must have won. Then she was surprised to hear the Marquis announce, "It was a dead heat, and I congratulate you, ladies, on showing us one of the finest races I have ever had the privilege of watching." As he finished speaking, the cheers rang out again. The Duke held out his hand towards the Comte. "I think," he said, "we can both congratulate each other. Your horse is magnificent." "So is yours," the Comte replied. "And may I commend you for having an outstandingly good rider." Carla had reached the two grooms, who were waiting to take Les Autus from her. "Congratulations," they both cried out. "I never thought," the older groom added, "any woman could control a horse like you, madame, have done." Carla smiled at him. "Thank you very much," she said. It was then that the Duke was beside her. Thank you, he exclaimed. "You were magnificent. How on earth could you ride like that and master a horse which, I admit, I thought was uncontrollable?" "Well, I had a great deal of experience," Carla replied. She was a little breathless as she spoke, and her voice sounded somewhat strange even to herself. Then the Marquis was lifting her down from the saddle. "You were superb," he said. "I'm full of admiration." Carla, however, was looking over her shoulder towards Penelope, and she knew without being told that her sister was angry. She was resenting the fact that Carla had been able to achieve what she had refused to even contemplate. Carla turned to the Marquis. "Please, take me home," she said. "It is embarrassing for me to stay here." She did not have to explain why. The Marquis, without answering, walked quickly towards the chaise he had been driving to where it was drawn up beside the grandstand. As she stepped into it, Carla saw that her hat and coat were lying on the front seat. She put them on as the Marquis was moving his horses out of the way of the other chaise. He turned them towards the entrance to the racecourse, and Carla lay back with a sigh of relief as she realized that they were escaping. Only as the Marquis drove his horses towards the Bois did she say, "I ought not to have taken you away. You could have let one of the grooms drive me home, and you could have been with the others." "I have no wish to be with them," the Marquis replied. "As you know only too well, they will talk, and the two owners will try to explain to each other why their respective horses were not a nose ahead of the other." Carla laughed because it sounded so funny. "I am sure they will do that," she said. They drove in silence for a little while. Then the Marquis said, "I really cannot understand how you can be such an outstanding rider and know how to control a horse which is completely out of hand." "I was brought up with horses," Carla replied. She thought as she spoke that it would be a mistake to answer too many of his questions. She merely closed her eyes as if she was exhausted, and they drove on without speaking. There was, however, a considerable crowd in the Bois, and the Marquis had to slacken his reins. It was then that they realized that the Duke and Penelope were just behind them. Carla then thought with a little shiver that she was not looking forward to what Penelope would say to her. She had a strong feeling that she would think she had not only made a mistake, but she had also humiliated her by taking over. They arrived at the house in the Faubourg Saint-Honoré at the same time. As the sisters walked in through the front door side by side, Penelope said in an unpleasant voice, "I am sure, Aunt Muriel, after that marvellous exhibition, you will want to lie down. You must be utterly fatigued. It was a tremendous effort at your age." Yes, of course," Carla agreed at once. "I will go up to my room." She walked up the stairs and then heard, as she did so, Penelope giving the major domo orders to bring a bottle of champagne into the salon. When Carla reached her bedroom, she knew that she was still too excited to be tired. However unconventional it might have been for her to do so, she had shown the French that English women could ride, and she only wished that her brother Richard had been there. He would have most surely felt that the two horses were truly magnificent, and he would have seen that the race itself had undoubtedly been a victory for the fragile sex. Carla laughed lightly at the expression, and then gazed at herself in the mirror. She was horrified to see that her wig had moved back on her head, and her face was covered with dust from the course. She had not thought to look at the little mirror which she carried in her handbag, nor had she even wiped her face while she had been in the chaise with the Marquis. She had known, when he congratulated her, that he had been very sincere. She thought that, after all, it did not really matter what she looked like. He had admired her for controlling the horse and the way that she rode. That was what mattered. She undressed, thinking that the ride had not improved the skirt which belonged to Penelope. Then she lay down on the bed. She was still thinking of the excitement of the race when Penelope came into the room. "I suppose you did the right thing," she said. "At the same time, they are all saying what an extraordinary feat on the part of an elderly woman." Carla just looked at her sister and did not say anything. "Of course they all want to congratulate you, but I made it very clear that it would be far too exhausting for you to come to the party tonight." It was what Carla expected, but she felt a little stab of disappointment. She thought that the party would be interesting and fun, and what she also wanted was to see the Marquis again. Then Penelope said, "The Duke is hoping that you will feel better at 7:30 when he calls for me, but when he does, I'm going to say that you are completely and utterly exhausted." Yes, of course. You're quite right," Carla agreed. "I only hope that the whole thing does not get into the newspapers," Penelope went on. "If Arthur was told about it, he would think it very strange that Aunt Muriel could ride so well at her age. I do not think the English newspapers will be interested in something that happened more or less privately in Paris," Carla said soothingly. "Well, we can only hope so," Penelope said, "and as we are leaving tomorrow morning, I will say your goodbyes for you." She spoke sharply again. Then, as she left the room, shutting the door behind her, Carla knew that she was annoyed. She gave a sigh. However cross Penelope would be, she could not take from her the excitement of being able to control Les Sautus, or of proving that she was as good a rider as Madame Yvonne. Richard will be impressed, if no one else is, she felt. She lay down on her bed again, and as she did so, she wondered if she would have a chance of saying goodbye to the Marquis. He had been so kind and understanding. She wanted to thank him and to talk to him again. She remembered how interesting their conversation had been when he had found her with the Vicomte's books and had told her about Egypt and the pyramids. They had discussed as well the other places he had been to in the world. Most men would have been bored, she thought, and they would certainly not find it at all interesting to talk to an elderly, unattractive woman. The Marquis had made time pass so quickly, and that was why they had both inadvertently seen Penelope and the Duke going upstairs. When Carla thought again about why the Duke was in Penelope's bedroom, she shivered. It was still something that she could not understand, and it had shocked her. How could Penelope, her sister, be unfaithful to her husband? She could never imagine her mother doing anything so wicked. For that matter, anyone else she called a friend. "I will not think about it," she told herself. "It is best forgotten." Yet she knew she would find it very hard to forget. She was still lying on the bed when Penelope came in, dressed in one of her more elaborate gowns. "Do me up," she said. "There is no sign of a servant, and the Duke will be here any moment." Carla got off the bed and buttoned up her sister's dress for her. "You look so lovely," she said. "Everyone will want to drink your health and tell you, as they told you last night, that you are more beautiful than Aphrodite." "I suppose that is true," Penelope replied. "After all, the statues that they make so much fuss about do not, to my mind, compare with me." "I'm sure that is what everyone else will tell you tonight," Carla said. "As you have nothing to do," Penelope said, "you had better start packing. I have told that woman who is supposed to be the housemaid to pack my things, but she is sure to forget something, so you had better see that yours and mine are ready by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Is that the time that we're leaving?" Carla asked. "I want to catch the 10 o'clock train," Penelope said in a practical voice. "I understand from the Marquis he is leaving before that, but of course I will see him when we get back to London. What I have to make certain of is that the Duke comes over as soon as possible." "You are inviting him to London?" Carla questioned in surprise. "He is coming to see me when it is possible for him to do so," Penelope replied in a self-satisfied voice. Carla was silent. She did not like to think about it. Lord Melford would obviously not have the slightest idea of what was happening. Penelope put her ermine wrap over her shoulders and went downstairs. She was looking exquisite. The emeralds around her neck seemed to accentuate the touch of green in her eyes. Carla pulled the door open. When Penelope had left with the Duke, she would go to the library as she wanted to have a last look at the books. There were so many she had not the time to read, and so many that she knew were unique. She would doubtless never see them again. Penelope had only just reached the last step of the stairs when there was a ring at the door. The majordomo then came hurrying from the kitchen quarters. Listening, Carla heard the Duke's distinctive voice, and then Penelope's response to him in her most seductive manner. Then she heard the Duke say, "What has happened to Lady Linley? Surely she is coming with us this evening? After all, she has a great deal to be congratulated on." "Oh, my aunt is very sorry," Penelope replied, "but she is really too tired. And you will understand, it was a great strain on her at her age." "I can well understand," the Duke admitted. "But she rode like a young girl. I have never seen a finer performance from any woman." "Well, now she is paying the inevitable penalty of overstepping her strength. But on my return, I promise to relate all the nice things you say about her, and if nothing else, we have saved your horse from being beaten." She accentuated the word "we," and Carla smiled. She was quite certain that by the end of the evening, Penelope would have persuaded everyone that she had won the race all on her own. She heard the majordomo close the front door, and as the horses drove away, he disappeared towards the kitchen. Carla walked slowly down the stairs. She had almost reached the ground floor when, to her surprise, the front door opened. The Marquis came in. Carla gave an exclamation. "You are late. Penelope has just left." "I was waiting until I saw them go," he replied. Carla looked at him in surprise. "You are going to celebrate your victory with me," he said, "because I am taking you out to dinner." Carla felt a little thrill of excitement run through her. "Taking me out to dinner?" she repeated, to make quite sure that what she had heard was correct. "I'm taking you as yourself, and not who you pretend to be," the Marquis declared. She stared at him. "Without that wig, and you can wash your face too," he finished. Carla put her hand up to her cheek. You knew," she stammered. course I knew, the Marquis answered, and you were very clever to ride today like a young girl of, say, 18 years of age. Carla gave a cry. Oh, you must not tell Penelope that you know. Of course not. As I am to take someone out to dinner whom I have not yet met, I give you exactly 20 minutes to change into yourself. Carla drew in her breath. But I dare not do that. No one will know, the Marquis promised. We will go somewhere very quiet, because I want to talk to you and learn the answer to everything that has been puzzling me. I ought to say no, Carla said in a hesitatingly little voice. She knew, however, that she was extremely tempted. As if the Marquis was aware of it too, he proposed, After dinner I will show you Paris, the Paris which is magic, and the Paris you have not yet seen. Carla looked up at him. The servants, they must not see me, she murmured. I will wait for you outside, the Marquis said. You can slip out, and no one will know that you are not asleep in bed. Say you are too tired to eat, and don't want to be disturbed for anything. Carla gave a little laugh. It all sounded so like a wild fairy tale. I will try not to keep you waiting, she said. The Marquis smiled at her and walked towards the door. Only when it closed behind him did Carla think that this was the most exciting thing that had happened to her since she came to Paris, even more than the race at Longchamp. She went first to the kitchen and found the major domo in the pantry polishing some of the silver they had used. I am going to bed, she told him, and as I'm tired, I don't want anything to eat or to be disturbed. He seemed relieved and hoped that she would feel better in the morning. Then she ran upstairs to her room. She opened her wardrobe, and hanging beside the black gowns she had received from Penelope was a dazzling white dress. Worth had delivered it during the afternoon. It took Carla only a short time to remove her wig and brush her hair, and because it was naturally curly, it fell into place without any difficulty. Then she undressed and washed her face and most of her body in the cold water on the washstand. After that, she felt as if she was herself again. It was very difficult to fasten the gown without help, but somehow she managed to do it. She found that Frederick Worth had included a wrap with it, and it was of the same material edged with lace. The only thing she lacked was shoes, because those she had were black, and then she remembered that just as Penelope's clothes fitted her, so did her shoes. She found a pair of white satin and put them on. Then she looked at herself in the mirror. It was a very different reflection to the one she had seen for the last 2 days. Her eyes, which were shining brightly, seemed to fill her whole face. They accentuated her small, pointed chin, and also what she always hoped, because she had read about the expression, her Cupid's bow lips. There was no time, however, to stay admiring her own reflection, as the Marquis must not be kept waiting. She picked up the wrap, which went with her gown and a small evening bag. It was one that she had not used since she came to Paris. Then she walked into Penelope's bedroom, and as she looked out of the window, she saw a closed carriage draw up outside the door. She knew that it was the Marquis, and she thought that it was astute of her to be ready for him on time, and not to keep him waiting. Carefully, just in case the major domo or one of the other servants appeared, she went downstairs. There was no sign of anyone. She opened the front door. As she did so, the Marquis stepped out of the carriage and came towards her, remarking, "Unlike most women, you are amazingly punctual." She looked up at him and smiled, and for a moment he was still. "You look exactly as I want you to look," he added in a deep voice. Chapter 6. Carla climbed into the carriage, and the Marquis sat down beside her. As it was so comfortable, she felt that he must have borrowed it from the British Embassy, or perhaps he had hired it from a livery stable. The horses moved off, and Carla asked a little nervously, "Where are we going? You know that I must not be seen by anyone who would tell Penelope." "We are going somewhere quiet," the Marquis replied, "but the food is exceptional, and I'm sure that you realize how much I want to talk to you." It was what Carla wanted too, and yet she thought that it would be wrong to say so. Instead, she said, "You are very kind, but I am rather frightened." "There is no reason to be. I have never known anyone braver than you were this afternoon." Carla did not reply, and after a moment he added, "As you can imagine, I am extremely curious to know how you not only ride better than any woman I have ever seen, but also know how to soothe an obstreperous horse." "You are making it rather difficult for me," Carla said, "because I don't know how much I should tell you without being disloyal to Penelope." "I think," the Marquis suggested quietly, "we can forget Penelope for this evening, and be two people who are meeting for the very first time, and who are anxious to get to know each other." Because it sounded like a story from a novel, Carla gave a little laugh. "Shall we start," the Marquis proposed, "by you telling me your real name? I did not think that Muriel suited you in the least." "My name is Carla," she answered. "And your other name?" Carla hesitated. Then she replied, "Would it not be better, as we shall not see each other after tomorrow, that I remain anonymous, and leave me worrying, puzzling, and guessing for the rest of my life? I think that would be extremely unkind." "You will find when you get back to London," Carla said, "that I don't exist in your world." "I think that is for me to decide," the Marquis replied. "So please be sensible and answer my questions. Otherwise you will leave me wondering and confused over you, which I am sure is very bad for my brain." Because it sounded funny, Carla laughed. "I don't believe that. If you really want to know, I am Penelope's half-sister, and you may perhaps have heard of my brother because he has several racehorses. His name is Stanton, Sir Richard Stanton." "Of course I have heard of him. I knew he was a relation of Penelope's, and actually I saw one of his horses running at Epsom 2 or 3 weeks ago." "We came in third," Carla said with a sigh, "and I had so hoped we would be first." "So I suppose you help your brother with his horses, which is how you know how to handle one as unrestrained as Lesurtus." "Yes, that is true." At that moment, the carriage came to a standstill. She looked out of the window and realized that they were in the street on the side of the Madeleine. It was a church she had been hoping to visit, but had not had the opportunity. Now, as she looked at it, she felt that she wanted to say a prayer, and it would be one of thankfulness because she had come to Paris. What was more, she was with the Marquis. As if he knew instinctively what she was thinking, he said, "I will show you the sights of Paris after we have had dinner. It seems a long time ago, and so much has happened since we ate in the Bois de Boulogne." As he finished speaking, the porter outside the restaurant opened the door of the carriage. The Marquis stepped out and helped Carla to alight. It looked a quiet, unobtrusive restaurant from the outside. When they went in, Carla saw that it was completely different from the restaurant where they had dined last night. It was quite small, and there were alcoves round the walls. Those dining in them were therefore detached from the other diners who ate in the middle of the room. The Marquis was expected, and they were taken to one of the alcoves. It was in the centre of the back wall, and Carla felt that it was perhaps the best alcove, as there was a sofa for them to sit on and flowers on the table. She was aware that, while they could see the people in the restaurant, it was quite difficult for them to observe her and the Marquis. The waiter handed Carla the menu, and she put it down, saying to the Marquis, "I think you will know better than I do what to order." "I want you to have a really French meal," the Marquis replied, "and the chef here is, in my opinion, one of the best in Paris." He ordered carefully from the long menu, and he was speaking, Carla noticed, exceedingly good French with almost a Parisian accent. The waiter moved away, and the wine-waiter filled their glasses with champagne. The Marquis sat back on the sofa and gazed at Carla. "Just how is it possible that you managed to deceive so many into thinking that you were an elderly woman, although you did not deceive me?" "I cannot think how you managed to be the exception," Carla replied. "I thought I acted the part very well." The Marquis knew that he would not tell her now that he had seen her when she was asleep. Instead he said, "You acted perfectly, and I'm sure that you could take a good part on the stage at any time you wished to do so." Carla laughed. "Oh, it is something I have no wish to do, but thank you for the compliment." "Now, please tell me about yourself," the Marquis said coaxingly. "You know how curious I am, and I want to find out why you have to wear a disguise." "I should have thought that was obvious," Carla replied. "Penelope told Lord Melford that she was coming to Paris with her aunt, Lady Lindley, but as she had not seen her for some years, she had no idea that she is really senile." "Now I understand. Your sister was in a predicament, and she came to you for help." "She was desperate because she was leaving for Paris the next day," Carla explained. She had promised her husband, who had gone to Balmoral, that she would have a chaperone. She could not think of anyone except me. The Marquis was astute, and he realized what Carla was really saying, that Penelope could think of no one else who she could trust except her sister. "So you came with her disguised as your aunt. Were you not frightened that you might be exposed?" "I was really terrified," Carla confessed, "until I realized that no one was in the least interested in me, only Penelope." "So you have been content to stay in the background until you could not resist saving the Duke's face and riding Les Sauteuse?" "I was not thinking particularly of the Duke, but of not letting the French laugh at us," Carla admitted honestly. "You always say the unexpected, and of course you are quite right. You saved the Union Jack most effectively." "The Comte, who I don't think is a very nice man," Carla said, "was jeering when he saw the way Les Sauteuse was behaving. That was really why I risked my sister being angry with me." "And I suppose you have learned how to control a wild horse when you are with your brother?" Carla nodded. "I think Les Sauteuse was worse than any of the horses that Richard has trained. At the same time, once he had settled down, I knew that I had never before ridden such a fast and wonderful horse." There was silence for a moment, and then he asked, "When you go back to England tomorrow, what are you going to do?" "I shall be sent home very quickly, so that the servants don't see me, and then Lord Melford returns from Scotland." "Will you be quite happy to go home, after having tasted the excitement and, as we both agree, the magic of Paris?" "It will be marvellous to remember the books I have been able to read in the Vicomte's collection, and the stories you have told me about Egypt and the other places you have visited." "So you will remember me?" "Of course I shall," Carla answered. "You have been so kind and so understanding. It is wonderful of you to bring me here tonight. This is something I shall always treasure, too." There was that little rapt note in her voice that he had noticed before. "Why do you not wish to be like your sister?" he asked. "If you went to London looking as you do now, you would also be acclaimed as a great beauty." Carla grinned. "I think that is unlikely. I'm very happy in the country, even if it is rather lonely when Richard is away. But of course I have the horses." "I cannot believe," he replied, superb though they may be, that they can talk to you about the pyramids. I would like them to tell me about their life in Arabia, but unfortunately Richard cannot afford to buy Arab horses." "Why are you so poor?" the Marquis inquired. "Papa, he rather neglected the estate when he grew older," Carla said. "The house has been in the family for 400 years, and it requires massive repairs. We have never been able to afford as many workers on the land as we really require." She spoke quite simply, and the Marquis thought that it was unlike a young girl to be so practical. "Let's get back to you," he said. "Can you not see that if you spend a little time in the social world, you would meet interesting people and attend amusing parties, which you are not likely to do in the peace and quiet of the country?" "I am perfectly happy with the horses," Carla repeated. "Forever? Surely you want to fall in love and marry? Every woman wants that." Carla was silent for a moment. "I suppose I have thought about it," she admitted, "but I have met very few men, except breeders and those who either want to buy or sell Richard's horses." She made a little gesture with her hands. "The truth is, I have not had a great deal of time to think about myself." "Then I feel I should make you do so," the Marquis said. "Why?" Carla inquired. He hesitated for a moment before he answered. "If you saw a perfect pearl lying in the dust with no one paying any attention to it, would you not think that it was a waste? In the same way, a white rose growing alone in the desert with no one to admire it would be a sin against beauty." Carla gave a little laugh. "Now you say delightful things to me which might have come straight out of a book. I think Richard would be annoyed at your calling his land a desert, but I shall enjoy thinking of myself as a perfect pearl." The Marquis realized that she was laughing at him. He had expected her to take his compliments seriously. He thought once again that she was the most unusual young woman he had ever met. Their food arrived, and they ate it, because it was so special, almost reverently, without talking. Only when they had finished did Carla say, "That was the most delicious meal that I have ever had. Thank you, thank you. How is it possible you could be so kind to me?" She did not wait for the Marquis to answer, but went on. "You know you ought to be with Penelope tonight. I'm sure that you are missing a really exciting party, and the Duke will have provided all sorts of people to entertain you." "I am aware of that, but I doubt if they would amuse me, and I would much rather be here, with you." "Which is wonderful for me," Carla exclaimed, "as you want to please me, which, as I say, is very, very kind of you. Please, tell me a little more about the places you have visited and the strange things that you have seen. I feel I shall never find the books that I can read about them in." "Of course," the Marquis answered. "I might send you books in which you can read about them. But I think it would be easier to tell you what you want to know in person." "Yes, indeed," Carla said, "and I have been longing to ask you whether you have ever been to Japan." "Yes, I have, but I found it slightly disappointing." "In spite of the geisha girls?" Carla asked. "To be quite honest, I found them extremely boring," the Marquis responded. "They laughed, looked pretty, and played games, but that was all." Carla looked at him in surprise. "What else did you expect them to do?" she inquired. The Marquis did not reply. He was remembering once again that Carla was very innocent. What would have been obvious to any other woman, she did not understand. He called for the bill, and Carla thought that he would take her home. "It has been a lovely evening," she said, "and I don't have to tell you how grateful I am." "The evening is not yet over," the Marquis replied. "I told you that I want to show you Paris, a different Paris to the one you have seen so far. I think it would be a mistake for you to go home without adding it to your other memories." Carla felt excited at the idea, and her eyes shone. "Thank you, thank you," she murmured. The Marquis paid for their dinner, and Carla thought a little uncomfortably that it had cost a great deal of money. Yet she could not help feeling that he would rather, if he could have had her alone, have spent his money on Penelope. As they walked outside the restaurant, Carla saw that their carriage was waiting for them. Straight ahead, silhouetted against the starlit sky, was the Madeleine, and she stopped for a moment to stare up at it. "Would you like to go inside?" the Marquis asked. "Can I really?" Carla exclaimed. The Marquis then spoke to the coachman and told him to wait for them in the front of the Madeleine. He took Carla's arm and crossed the road, and they went up the steps into the church. They walked inside. The light, which came from the roof, seemed to create an atmosphere that she had never felt in any other church. It was a feeling not only of holiness, but it was as if somehow the Madeleine held the life and spirit of Paris within itself. A multitude of candles flickered in the chapels, which were very beautiful. Without waiting for the Marquis to guide her, Carla went and knelt down, not in the centre of the church facing the high altar, but in the chapel nearest to the door. There were many candles alight in it, and there was also a profusion of flowers and the scent of incense. There was no one else there. The Marquis did not kneel, but stood looking down at Carla. He thought that it was a long time since he had seen a woman in prayer. There was something so breathtakingly beautiful about Carla as she looked up at the altar. When she rose to her feet, they then walked out of the church without speaking. They went down the steps in front of it, and the carriage was waiting for them. Carla saw now that while they had been away, the hood had been moved back and it was open. There was also a rug to put over her knees. However, the night was very warm, and although she had her wrap round her shoulders, she did not really need it. As they started off, the Marquis asked her, "You are not a Catholic?" Carla shook her head. "No, but I have learned from my books that one should pray always in a church, temple or shrine of any country which one is visiting. I have wanted so much to visit one of the great churches in Paris." The Marquis smiled. "Then it ought to have been Notre Dame," he said. "I liked the Madeleine," Carla answered, "and I thought that it had a very moving atmosphere." After a moment the Marquis said, "I presume you knew to whom the chapel where you just prayed was dedicated?" "No," Carla answered. "I thought perhaps it was the Virgin Mary. It was actually St. Joseph, who is the patron saint of marriage." Carla looked surprised. "I have never heard of that before." "It is one of the few churches to have a chapel to him," the Marquis replied. "So now, Carla, you must be in the future thinking of marriage." Carla laughed. "Then I have the feeling that my bridegroom will be one of the horses. I do so hope I am lucky enough to get an Arab." Then, as they reached the end of the road, they were in the Place de la Concorde. At first sight, it was just as beautiful as Carla expected it to be, and the huge fountains were playing. She could see the obelisk from Luxor that had been, she knew, a gift from the Khedive of Egypt, and it was shining in all the lights. It had been put in the place of honour instead of the Statue of Liberty, which had been demanded by the Republicans. Now, on the Marquis's orders, the horses were going very slowly so that Carla could look round her. She had never seen anything so lovely as the Place de la Concorde. Yet she could not help remembering how not so long ago it had been the Place de la Révolution. At 25 minutes past 10, on January the 21st, 1793, the guillotine had severed the head of the King of France. 2,800 people had died by the guillotine, and even to think of it made Carla shudder. Then, unexpectedly, the Marquis said, "Forget it. I did not bring you here for you to remember that." Carla turned to look at him, wide-eyed. "You are reading my thoughts?" "It was not that difficult. I knew exactly what you were thinking, and it is something that I don't want you to think about now. Look at the beauty of the Place de la Concorde. It is where lovers come to seal their love and to believe that they will live happily ever after." "I'm trying to do what you tell me," Carla said in a quiet voice, "but the ghosts of the revolution are still here." The Marquis did not argue. He merely raised his voice and gave an order to the coachman. He then whipped up his horses. They left the Place de la Concorde and moved along the side of the River Seine. Now Carla could have a glimpse of the river through the trees, but the wall was high and it was not easy to see clearly. The Marquis did not say anything. He just waited until the horses came to a standstill. Carla looked at him inquiringly. "You wanted to see the Seine," he said. "That is what we're going to do. But we have to go down some steps to be level with the river itself." Carla smiled. Now she understood, and it was all very intriguing. When the Marquis took her hand to help her out of the carriage, she felt a thrill go through her, and he was aware of it. He thought that it would be interesting to see Carla's reaction to the Seine. He had brought several women from time to time onto the path that went under the bridges, and he found that they were always acutely aware of the real reason he had taken them there. It was to hold them in his arms. Carla went down the steps, and now she could see the Seine in all its glory. The barges were moving slowly down the centre of the river, their lights reflected in the water. The stars were shining overhead, and they too seemed to be shining on the Seine itself. Carla went to the edge of the river. She stood, not looking down as the Marquis expected, but up at the sky. It was almost, he thought, as if she was praying as she had prayed in church. He wondered what her prayer was, and if what she asked for would be given to her. Then a big boat filled with holiday-makers moved past them, making the water splash against the bank. There was the sound of music from the band on board, and the lights as they flashed by were almost blinding. "This is lovely, lovely," Carla exclaimed in an excited voice. "It is just as I thought Paris would be at night." "This is what I want you to feel," the Marquis muttered. He almost put out his arms towards her. Then, to his surprise, she turned and ran away from him under the bridge. She stood on the other side, looking down the river. He had to admit to himself it was a very fine view, not only of the water, but the lights on the trees and houses on either side of it. As he joined Carla, he quizzed her. "So, this is what you wanted to find?" "It is Paris as it should be," she replied in a rapt voice. "Not just restaurants and people talking and drinking, but the feel of excitement in the air and music that touches the heart." The Marquis thought that it was something he had never known another woman to do. They stood for a long time, watching the boats passing by. Sometimes there was music on board, from others only the sound of voices. Then, as if Carla knew without him saying so that he wanted to go back, she turned round. "There are no words to thank you for what you have just given me," she said. "No one could have a more marvellous present, and it is something I shall always treasure." They walked side by side back under the bridge. When they came to the steps, the Marquis once again took Carla's hand. He knew as he took it in his that a little thrill ran through her. Strangely enough, he felt the same, and it was a feeling he told himself that he had not felt for a long time. They then climbed into the carriage, and now Carla was talking animatedly about what she had seen. They were both aware that it would be a mistake to be so late that they might encounter Penelope and the Duke, but the Marquis reckoned it would be unlikely that they would come home for at least another 2 hours. At the same time, one could never be certain. When they reached the house, it seemed very quiet. The Marquis opened the door, and he saw with a sigh of relief that the lamp was still standing on the table. Carlo was looking up at him with shining eyes. "That was the most wonderful evening," she sighed, "I have ever spent." "That is what I wanted you to think," he answered. "I know we are leaving very early tomorrow morning," Carla said, "so I can only thank you. Thank you. I find words very inadequate." "So do I," he replied. "So I will say good night, my own way, Carla." He put his arm around her as he spoke. He held her against him, and his lips were on hers. He felt her stiffen as if it was a shock that she had not expected. Then, as he touched the softness and sweetness of her lips, he was aware that she had never been kissed before. He kissed her very gently. He knew as he did so that a rapture rose within her which was inexpressible. It was something that she had never known before. Strangely enough, it was what he felt himself. A rapture that was different to anything he had known for a long, long time. It was a feeling he had, in fact, forgotten. Then he set Carla free. "Take care of yourself," he breathed, and walked out of the open door. For a moment, it was impossible for Carla to move, or even for her to realize what had happened. Then, as she went to the open door, she saw the Marquis some way down the road. She watched him until he disappeared, without looking back, into the British Embassy. When she could no longer see him, she was aware that he had gone, out of her life. It was doubtful if she would ever meet him again. She knew that she loved him. Shutting the door, she went very slowly up the stairs to her bedroom. When she reached it, she took off the beautiful gown she had worn and packed it in her trunk, which was lying open on the floor. She thought, as she did so, that perhaps she would never have the chance of wearing it again, and it had in fact been a useless extravagance. Yet it seemed to her now as if fate had intended that she should wear it for one ecstatic, wonderful evening. She sat down in front of the mirror and looked at her reflection. She was wondering if her lips would look any different because she had been kissed. She had always known, if she kissed anyone she loved, that it would be really glorious, but not so enchanting as it had actually been. The kiss had aroused something strange within herself, which she had never known. It had been, she thought, a mixture. It was a mixture of the ecstasy she felt when she prayed in the Madeleine, and the joy that had come to her by the Seine. If this was indeed love, she could well understand why everyone wanted it, why people sought it and were determined even if they died in the effort to find it. Yet, just how could she have been so unfortunate to fall in love with the Marquis? When she left Paris, she would never see him again. She had only met him because he belonged to Penelope, and Penelope would monopolize him again when they were back in England. There was no question of her being with the Duke, except occasionally when Lord Melford went away. "I have found love and lost it," Carla told herself. "Now I know what it is, and why it is something everyone wants and everyone has looked for since the beginning of time." She felt that she must read again the books in which she had read about love, yet she had not understood why it was so important. Now, as she thought of the Marquis and the touch of his lips, she could feel that miraculous rapture rising within her. "I love him. I love him," she told herself as she got into bed. In the darkness, she felt as if she could see his face and his eyes were gazing at her. "Why did I not realize before? I felt like this about him," she asked aloud. She thought perhaps that she had stupidly missed this wonderful feeling when they were reading books together in the library, and when they had talked at dinner and been standing on the bank of the Seine. How could she have possibly known that love was so overwhelming, and that his lips against hers would bring it to life? I love him. I love him. She repeated it over and over again to herself before she fell asleep. Chapter 7. The Marquis caught the early train from the Gare du Nord and settled himself comfortably down in the first-class compartment. Because he came from the British Embassy, he was seen off by the station master, and the door was locked so that he would have no other travellers with him. The train began to gather speed. The Marquis thought, as he had been thinking all night, that he was in love. He had known before the moment he had kissed Carla. He knew when he touched her lips that she had never been kissed before, and he felt a rapture run through him. It was something that was inexplicable. At the same time, it was a joy beyond words. The train moved swiftly out into the countryside. As it did, the Marquis was asking himself over and over again what he should do. He admitted that he was in love in a way that he had never been in love before. Yet, to be frank, he was scared of marriage. He was afraid of his wife behaving in the same way that Penelope and a great number of other married women behaved. Also, that he himself might become bored with her. Then, like other men, he would continue to have affairs de cour after he was married. He had been pursued for so long by debutantes and older women because he was a marquis and exceedingly rich. So he had made up his mind firmly and determinedly that he would not marry, not until he was very much older, and then only to have an heir to his title and vast possessions. Yet, now at the age of 27, he was in love, in a way he had never been in love previously. In fact, it was too perfect for him to believe in it, and it could not possibly last, he told himself. Then what would happen? He would behave in the same way that the Duke did. He had not told Carla because he knew how much it would shock her that the Duke was married. Like all the aristocratic Frenchmen, his was an arranged marriage when he was very young. He had a wife who he left in his chateau in the country, and 3 small children. It had not surprised the Marquis that the Duke was having an affair with Penelope, just as he doubtless had enjoyed a great number of affairs before this one, and would have a great many more in the future. But he knew that it would seem appalling to Carla, just as she had been extremely shocked when she had guessed why the Duke was in her sister's bedroom. The Marquis could only think of many of his friends who were behaving in the same way, and he too had indulged while he was in London, and for that matter in other parts of the world. When he thought about Carla, he knew that she was everything he wanted in a woman, but of course she was far too young for him. Young, innocent and inexperienced, and someone who knew nothing of the social world that he was a part of. Equally, she was so lovely, and he could not imagine how she had escaped being pursued by men, even if she did live in the depths of the country. That is where she should stay, he told himself. But his common sense told him at once that it was very unlikely. She had only to be seen by a man like himself, and he would be struck not only by her beauty, but her innocence and purity. Even to think of a man pursuing Carla and touching her made the Marquis clench his fists together. "I want her," he admitted. "God knows I want her. But how can such happiness last?" He was still thinking about it, and yet he had decided nothing by the time the train reached Calais. He had the best cabin aboard the steamer, which took him to Dover, and from there he took the train to London. When he arrived, His carriage was waiting for him. His secretary had been notified by the embassy when he would be arriving. The Marquis did not direct his coachman to take him to his own house, as he wanted to first call on his mother, who was living in Belgrave Square. She had been bedridden for some years, and yet she still took an interest in everything that happened to her son and her friends. When the Marquis was shown into her room, she was looking as she always did, very beautiful. Her hair was exquisitely arranged, and she had several rows of perfect pearls round her neck. In the daytime, she was lifted onto a chaise longue by the window so that she could enjoy the sunshine. Her legs were covered with a beautifully embroidered Chinese shawl. When she saw the Marquis, she held out her arms. "Charles," she exclaimed, "I heard you were in Paris. It's wonderful to see you back." "I only went for a short visit," he replied. He kissed his mother and then sat down on a chair that was placed conveniently beside the chaise longue. "How are you?" he asked. "You look beautiful, and I do hope that you're sleeping better." "Much better, thank you, darling," she replied. "Now, tell me about yourself." "Well, that is what I would like to do, Mamma, and I want your advice." His mother looked at him inquiringly as he pronounced, "I am in love." The Marchioness drew in her breath. "With whom?" she asked. "Not that Lady Melford." There was a note of horror in her voice, and the Marquis said quickly, No, Mamma, no, nobody like that." He paused for a moment before he carried on. "I have fallen in love with a young girl of 18 who knows nothing of the social world and who has lived in the country all her life. She's very beautiful." His mother gave a little cry. "My prayers have been answered. Oh, darling, darling Charles, that is the most wonderful news you could give me." "I'm not sure about that," the Marquis said. "That is why I want to ask your advice." "What is worrying you?" she inquired. "Is she someone I would not consider socially suitable?" No, nothing like that. Her father was Sir Stephen Stanton, and the 6th Baronet. Her family tree is, I am sure, as old as ours, if not older." He smiled at his mother before he continued. "But as I have already told you, she is only 18, completely unspoiled and innocent of the world I live in." She clasped her hands together. "That is just what I have been praying you would find," she said. "But you were so determined you would not marry." "I know," he replied, "and that is why I am frightened. Yes, that's the right word. Frightened, Mamma. I'm frightened of being married." He drew in his breath and then went on. "Suppose what I feel now evaporates very quickly. Then I shall be saddled with someone with whom perhaps I share no interest, and who I will find is boring like other women after I have been with them for only a short time. You told me that this girl is young and very beautiful. She has an unusual beauty, and is different to any other woman I have ever met or seen," the Marquis admitted. "She is completely unself-conscious, and has no idea how to make the best of herself." His voice was somewhat cynical as he added, "If she appeared in London, men would be swarming over her the moment they saw her, but she would be intimidated and not know how to cope with it." His mother smiled and lay back against the cushions. "I cannot believe it," she said, "that my prayers would be answered down to the very last detail. Oh, darling Charles, you have made me very happy." "What I am asking you, Mamma, is if I will be happy." "Now you listen to me, you silly boy. I think you have forgotten what happened to your father and me." The Marquis raised his eyebrows, but did not interrupt. "Your father fell in love with me when I was not quite 16. My parents told him to go away and forget me. They did not allow me to be alone with him. But nothing could stop him calling to see me, although he obeyed my father, and did not speak to me of love. She made a gesture with her hands as she said softly, "Of course I fell in love with him. He was so handsome, so charming, and the most delightful man I had ever met." She looked at her son before she added, "You are very like him, and just as you have been, he was pursued by women from the moment he left school." "I had forgotten how old you were when you married," the Marquis said. "I was exactly 17 years and 9 months, and my family made plans for me to be presented at court and have a season in London." "What happened?" the Marquis inquired. "Your father said if he was not allowed to marry me, then we would run away to Gretna Green. Somewhat reluctantly, my parents gave in." "Were you happy?" "Blissfully and inexpressibly happy, and it was because your father did what you will have to do. He taught me about love." There was a very soft note in her voice, and she went on. "He was very gentle and very patient with me, and I can honestly say that we loved each other more every day than we had the day before." "I remember well as a child how happy you were," the Marquis said, "and it is what I have always wanted for myself. I just cannot imagine you, Mamma, behaving as so many married women behave now. It never entered my mind that I should look at any man except your father. All I ever wanted was to be with him, to talk to him, to listen to him, and of course to love him." "You were very, very lucky, Mamma." "I think the luck lay in the fact that your father took no chances. He taught me to behave as he wanted me to behave, and because I loved him with all my heart and soul, there was no question of him ever looking at another woman." The Marquis smiled. "I can understand it, Mamma, as you were so beautiful." His mother replied, "Love is something which comes from the heart, and it is impossible to express in words. I became part of your father, and he became part of me. We were not complete without each other, and that, my darling, is what I have wanted for you." The tears came into her eyes, and the Marquis knew how much it meant to her. He moved his chair to kneel beside his mother and put his arms round her. "I love you, Mamma, and no one could have had a happier home than I have had. It is what I want for myself, but I'm so afraid of making a mistake. I think, my dearest, you have to trust your instinct, and that, as you know, is part of your brain as well as your body." She touched his cheek very lovingly and continued, "If you love this girl, and she loves you, then because you are older, wiser, and aware of the world we live in, you will have to teach her and also protect her, not only from other men because she is beautiful, but from yourself." She gave a little sigh before she added, "She must never be disappointed or disillusioned, and that, of course, my dearest boy, is up to you." The Marquis kissed his mother on the cheek. "I know exactly what you are saying, Mamma. All I am asking is that I can be as happy as you and Papa were. I think now I understand better than I have ever done before why you were inseparable. That is what we wanted, and that is what we became." The Marquis rose to his feet. "Goodbye, Mamma, and thank you." "Where are you going?" she inquired. "For the first time in my life," the Marquis answered, "I'm going to propose marriage to someone I want as my wife." "God bless you, my darling," she said gently. The Marquis drove to Welbourne House, and found, as he expected, a large pile of letters waiting for him. His secretary was worried in case those which expected an answer immediately were overlooked, but the Marquis was, however, working more important matters out in his mind. If Penelope and Carla arrived in London today, Carla would soon be home, and Penelope would not risk Lord Melford, if he had returned from Scotland, seeing Carla. He would realise at once that she was not Lady Lindley. Penelope therefore would dispatch Carla straight back to the country immediately on their arrival. The Marquis gave orders for his travelling chariot and his fastest team of horses to be ready to leave tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. He then settled down, to the delight of his secretary, to attend to his correspondence. However, he found it rather difficult to concentrate on the many invitations he had received, and he did not read the letters that had come from beautiful women he had been friendly with in the past. He thought of going to his club, but in the end he stayed in the house and had a light dinner alone. Despite his conversation with his mother, he was still worrying over his future. Should he give up the idea of marriage and not see Carla again? Carla, as it happened, was certain as she drove home that what she had just experienced in Paris was a dream. "I shall think about it and about the Marquis," she told herself, "but I expect as time passes it will grow fainter in my memory, and I shall think it was just an illusion which will never happen again." Yet she was thinking about the Marquis all the time. As they travelled towards the coast, she left Penelope in her cabin while she went on deck, as she wanted a last glimpse of the coast of France. She had to admit that what had happened to her was a great experience, and she must always remember it with joy and gladness. Yet when she thought of the Marquis, it gave her an agony within her heart. A pain was there that she had never known before. "I love him," she told herself, "and once he returns to London, he will be with Penelope and never give me another thought." As they neared London and were fortunately alone in a closed carriage, Penelope said sharply, "Now don't forget, Carla, you are not to tell anyone that you have been to France, or that you have stayed with me." "I suppose you don't mind Richard knowing that I have been with you?" Carla said. "The servants, or perhaps the groom, will say that I have been away, and I shall have had to have been somewhere." Penelope thought this over. "Well, I suppose you can tell Richard that you stayed with me in London," she said grudgingly, "because my husband was away and I was alone." Then she added in an unpleasant tone, "If he believes that, then he will believe anything. It would be that much better if you said that you were staying with Aunt Muriel or someone like her." "I don't expect that he will be very interested," Carla said merely to placate Penelope. "What I am planning," Penelope said as they neared London, "is that the carriage which is at the station can take you straight to the country. There will only be 2 horses, so it will take a little longer than when I visited you." "Thank you," Carla said, feeling that she was expected to be grateful. "You can keep all the clothes you have been wearing," Penelope went on. "I shall have no need for them again. They really are rather out of date." She paused for a moment before she resumed. "I suppose I ought to give you some of the things I discarded merely because people have seen them so often. But of course you would have no use for them living in the back of beyond as you do. Therefore it seems unnecessary." Carla did not say anything. She merely thought it would be exciting to have some of the pretty gowns that Penelope was wearing, even though, after all, there would be no one to admire them except the horses. Just before the carriage that had met them at the station reached Lord Melford's house, Penelope said, "Well, thank you for playing the part I wanted you to play. After all, everyone was deceived by it, so there was no need to be frightened." She smiled as if to herself before she finished. "The Duke will be coming to London as soon as I tell him to, which is something we have achieved by our visit." "I hope you will be happy," Carla murmured. "You need not worry about me," she replied. "The most exciting man in London will be waiting for my return, and I expect the Marquis will call on me tonight, or tomorrow." She paused for a moment before she added, "I will wear one of those new gowns which Frederick Worth made for me. If that does not excite him, nothing will." Carla did not answer. She was feeling again that stabbing pain in her heart. It was what she had felt before when she thought of the Marquis. When they arrived, Penelope did not allow her to get out of the carriage, so she waited outside while the servants brought out her case. It contained the few things she had left behind the night she had stayed there. Then Penelope waved her goodbye without kissing her, and she drove off. It seemed a long and tiring journey in the carriage, which was closed. Carla was comfortable, but it was not the same as travelling in an open chaise. Finally, she reached home and climbed out. As she smiled at Simpkins, he said, "Sir Richard's back, Miss Carla?" "Oh, that is splendid," she exclaimed. "Where is he now?"
"He's gone to change for dinner, miss, and it's ordered for 7:30.
"I will not keep Sir Richard waiting," Carla cried, and ran up the stairs. When she dined with her brother half an hour later, she thought that he seemed to have something on his mind. She could not quite think what it was. She talked to him about the horses that she had seen at Tattersall's, and he was enthusiastic about them. The food seemed plain and dull after what Carla had eaten in Paris, and as soon as they had finished, Richard said, "Let's go into the sitting-room. I want to talk to you." A little apprehensively, Carla then followed him into the small cosy room they used when they were alone, and was where Richard had his writing desk. As Carla expected, because she had been away, the place was untidy. "I will put it right tomorrow," she thought. As Richard wanted to speak to her, she sat down on the sofa, and he stood in front of the fireplace. "As I have not yet told you," he began, "I bought 4 excellent horses from Lady Bentley, and I'm certain that when I have trained them, I'll be able to sell them for double what I paid for them." "Oh, that is splendid, Richard," Carla cried. "Did you stay with Lady Bentley? Were you comfortable?" "I was very comfortable, and I hope that you will like Vera Bentley when you meet her." Carla looked at him in surprise. "When I meet her?" she repeated. "Is she coming here?" "She is coming at the end of the week," Richard replied. "I want her to see not only my horses, but my house." The way he spoke made her look at him questioningly. "To tell you the truth, Carla," he said, "I have fallen in love, and have asked Vera Bentley to marry me." "Oh, Richard! Oh, how exciting! How wonderful!" Carla exclaimed. "I have wanted to do so for a long time," Richard said, "but I thought it would be impossible for me to marry anyone who was so rich when I have very little to offer. But you have fallen in love, and she loves you." Carla sighed with a little break in her voice. "I am the luckiest man in the world. She said she loved me the first time we met, and as you know, I have been there 3 times because she has asked me to look at her horses. Now, although it seems incredible, they will be mine as well as hers." "Oh, Richard, I'm so glad for you," Carla said. "And of course it will be wonderful to be able to have the house done up. I'm afraid that Lady Bentley will think it is very shabby."
"I don't think she will worry about that.
"And of course she will be bringing a great deal of her own furniture, and some excellent pictures to add to our collection." Now he was speaking with great enthusiasm, and it made Carla realize how happy he was. "I have talked to Vera about you," he added, "and she says of course you must have a season in London. She has a relation who she knows will only be too happy to chaperone you, and who will arrange for you to be invited to the best parties." "That is very kind," Carla muttered. "I told you how ashamed I was of not doing more for you, as you are so pretty, and it was what Mamma and Papa would have wanted if they had been alive." Yes, of course," Carla agreed. Richard suddenly bent down and kissed her. "You have been a wonderful sister to me. No one else would have taken such interest or worked as hard as you have." But now everything is going to be different, and as Vera said, we must find you a charming husband. I am sure there will be no difficulty about that when you go to London." They talked of their plans until Carla went to bed. Only then did she feel very close to tears. Her whole world had fallen apart. She loved the Marquis, but would never see him again. If she did, it would be at some party when he would be escorting Penelope. The mere idea of it was so hurtful. She wanted to say that she did not wish to go to London, but would stay in the country. It was where she would see no one, at least no one she loved. But that was now impossible. As Richard was in love, he would not want her making a threesome. He wanted to be alone with Lady Bentley. "I have to be brave about this," Carla told herself. Yet she knew that it would be very, very difficult. All she could think about before she fell asleep was the Marquis. She knew that he was as much out of her reach as the moon. The Marquis arrived at 2 o'clock the following day. He had meant it to be a little later, but his new team was faster than he expected, and he was certain, as he turned into the drive, that he had broken every record. To find the village where Sir Richard Stanton's house was situated, he had looked it up on a map, and it had not been difficult to locate the large, rather dilapidated gates. When he saw the house itself, he appreciated its age. In fact, it was a very fine example of Elizabethan architecture, and he was also aware that it needed a great deal of repair. He drew his team to a standstill outside the front door. Then, handing over the reins to his groom, he walked up the steps. The door was open, but he raised the knocker before he went in. He saw that the large hall was in need of redecoration, but at the same time he appreciated the pictures on the walls. They were most attractive, and he was sure extremely valuable. Simpkins appeared, a little breathless, as if he had hurried from the pantry. "I am the Marquis of Welbourne, and I have called to see Miss Carla Stanton," the Marquis said. "I thinks that Miss Stanton has gone riding, my lord," Simpkins replied, "but you might catch her in the stables." "I will try to do so," the Marquis answered, as Simpkins pointed the way. The Marquis walked from the front door to the archway on the left of the house, and he was not surprised to find that the stables were in far better repair than the house. There were a number of well-bred horses looking out into the yard. When he appeared, the elderly groom walked up to him. "I am looking for Miss Stanton," the Marquis said. "She be in the paddock," the groom replied. "She be trying out the new horses." The Marquis walked to the end of the stable-yard. He could see the paddock and opened the gate that led into it. Carla was riding one of the new horses that Richard had brought down from Lady Bentley. She was taking him over the jumps which she and her brother had built in the paddock. It was there they trained their horses. The Marquis drew in his breath. He had never seen a woman ride better, nor have a finer control over the horse she was riding. Carla took the last jump and then came trotting back to the stables. She was wearing a thin dress, and her hair, which curled round her head, was turned to gold in the sunshine. She looked ethereally lovely. She appeared, the Marquis thought, more like an angel from heaven than a mortal woman. As she came in through the gate, she saw him. He thought the radiance in her face was almost blinding. "Why are you here?" she asked as she reached him. "Because I want to see you," the Marquis replied. "To see me?" "It is very important." She slipped down from the saddle, and a groom took hold of the horse. The Marquis was rather amused to see that she was not wearing riding boots. He understood that for her to ride was a natural thing to do, and there was no need to dress up except on special occasions. "If you want to talk to me, shall we go into the house?" Carla suggested, As you have come from London, I'm sure that you would like something to drink. Actually, I stopped for luncheon on the way, he said, so I'm not hungry or thirsty. Carla gave him a smile. They would not understand that in France, where we were always eating and drinking. I suppose it did seem like that, he said. You must also remember that you did some riding. Oh, I've not forgotten that ride. I can assure you that the horse I have just been on seemed docile in comparison. I can well believe that, the Marquis smiled. They walked together into the house, and Carla took him into the drawing-room. She was glad that she had picked some flowers for it earlier this morning. What a pretty room, the Marquis exclaimed. It is just as Mamma arranged it, Carla said. She copied the way it had been planned by our great-grandmother. When I have the time, I would so like to look at your pictures, he said. But now, Carla, I want to talk to you. She looked at him a little anxiously. He thought that as she did so, how lovely she was. He could not imagine any other woman who had been riding would not be tidying her hair or fussing in some way about her clothes. He was well aware that Carla had not given herself a second thought since he had appeared. Having closed the door behind him, the Marquis stood in front of the fireplace. It struck Carla that he must have something important to say. Like Richard and her father, men always seemed to stand in front of the fireplace on serious occasions. Suddenly, she thought that perhaps it might be bad news about Penelope. "Is something wrong?" she asked. You don't think that Lord Melford has discovered I was impersonating Aunt Muriel?" No, it's nothing like that," the Marquis said quickly. Unexpectedly, he sat down beside her on the sofa. "I have been wondering," he said, "whether you thought about me since you left Paris." For a moment, Carla stared at him in surprise. Then the colour flushed into her cheeks. "Of course I thought about you," she said hesitantly. "Just as I thought about you," the Marquis said. "So I came down today as soon as I knew that you were safely home to ask you, Carla, if you will marry me." For a moment, Carla stared at him in sheer astonishment. Then she said, in a voice that he could hardly hear, "Are you really asking me to be your wife?" "It is something I want more than I have ever wanted anything in my whole life," the Marquis replied. "I think I fell in love with you the first time I saw you, and when I kissed you I knew that I loved you more than I have ever loved anyone else before." To his surprise, Carla rose to her feet and went to the window and stood looking out at the untidy garden. It was at the same time very beautiful. There was a profusion of colour, even though the lawn needed cutting and the flower beds weeding. Slowly, the Marquis followed her across the room. He thought that he had been too hasty in what he had just said, and yet there seemed no point in not saying what he had come to say. When he reached Carla, he stood a little behind her. He was thinking that the sun on her hair was very lovely and her profile too beautiful to express in words. "Are you going to give me an answer?" he asked very quietly. "I thought perhaps you loved me a little." "I love you," Carla whispered. "I loved you from the first moment I saw you, and when you kissed me it was the most perfect thing that has ever happened to me." She paused, and then she said almost incoherently, "But I cannot marry you." The Marquis thought that he had not heard right. "You cannot marry me," he managed to reply after a strange silence. "But why not?" He thought as he spoke that never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that any woman he asked to marry him would refuse him, especially one as young and inexperienced as Carla. She did not speak, and after a moment he said, tell me, Carla, you cannot mean what you just said. I love you, and you have told me you love me. What more do you want? I cannot marry you, Carla murmured, because I love you too much. No one can love anyone too much, he countered. But you don't understand. Then explain it to me, he begged. Tell me why you say that you cannot marry me. It still seemed to him incredible. This girl, who was little more than a child, was refusing him. It had always seemed to him that every woman in the whole of London was there for the taking, especially if it was a question of marriage. I realized in Paris, Carla said in a very small voice, that you were different to any man I had ever known, but I thought you belonged to Penelope. The Marquis did not know how to answer this, so he remained silent. After a while, Carla went on. Then, when we were having luncheon in the Bois de Boulogne, before we went to the racecourse, I saw you looking at Penelope and knew that you were bored with her. You did not want to be with her any more. The Marquis was astounded. How could you possibly have known that? He asked. I don't know. Just as you read my thoughts when we were in the Place de la Concorde, I could read yours. She paused for breath and then went on. I expected you to be jealous of the Duke, but you did not seem to mind him. It was just that Penelope was no longer any significance to you. The Marquis knew this to be true, and something he had realized himself. It never struck him that any woman, least of all a young girl, would be able to read his thoughts so clearly and be able to understand what he was feeling. Aloud he said, If what you say is true, I cannot see how it affects us. It affects me, Carla replied, because I know how inexperienced I am, and therefore the day will come when you are suddenly bored with me, and then I shall just want to die. The Marquis came a little nearer to her. I have already told you, he said, that what I feel for you is something I have never felt before. In fact, when I kissed you, I knew that there was something between us which I cannot put into words, which I know will always be there, and we will never lose it. You cannot be sure, Carla said, because I have so little to offer you. I know nothing about the world you shine in, and if it is like Paris, then I should very soon lose you. Her voice broke on the last words. The world we live in, the Marquis replied, will have no resemblance to Paris. I own a house very much like this one, only very much bigger, and it is also beautiful and full of treasures. That will be yours to look after, and make it a home for us both and for our children. When he said the last word, she made a little movement. He saw the colour come back into her cheeks. It made the Marquis suddenly reach out and put his arms round her. Why are you trying to run away from me? He asked. I love you, my darling, as I have never loved anyone before, and I want you as my wife and the mother of my children. As he finished speaking, he pulled her closer still. Then he was kissing her determinedly and possessively, as if he was afraid of losing her. For a moment, he thought that she would resent him. Then, suddenly, she seemed to melt into him so that her body became part of his. They were united by a rapture that moved through them simultaneously. It was so perfect and so wonderful that Carla felt that the Marquis was carrying her up into the sky. She was no longer human, but one with the angels. He raised his head to look down at her. How can you make me feel like this? He asked. I want you, my darling, completely and absolutely as mine, now and forever. I love you, Carla whispered. Then he was kissing her again, kissing her until she thought that they were in a heaven of their own. Nothing could ever spoil it. What seemed a long time later, they were sitting on the sofa and Carla's head was resting on the Marquis's shoulder. "How soon can we be married, my precious?" he asked. "I want you with me now and forever, and it is agony to have to wait." "Must we have a grand wedding?" Carla asked. "I just want to be alone with you." The Marquis looked down at her. "Is that what you really want?" "Of course I do." Pictures flashed through his mind. He had no wish to hear people telling her how lucky she was to be marrying someone so prestigious, adding how many women there had been in his life. "Let's get married very quietly," he suggested, "either in your chapel or in mine." "Ours is very old," Carla said, "but it is licensed for marriages, without having to have a special license like they do now." The Marquis smiled. "Then that makes it perfect. We will be married here tomorrow or the next day." Carla gave a little cry. "I have nothing to wear but the gown I wore in Paris." "What could be better, my darling? As soon as we are married, I will take you to Egypt and the pyramids." "Oh, that will be wonderful. Too wonderful to be true." "We will make it true," the Marquis said. "We will go on my yacht and buy your trousseau on our way. I am sure that we can find some good shops in Marseille, and Worth shall design the rest. But clothes don't matter. I want you just as you are." "And I only want to be with you," Carla murmured. "Richard will not mind, because he is going to be married. They wanted me to go to London and be chaperoned by one of his bride's relations, and they were hoping that I would find a man I would like to marry. I think, without being conceited, that you have found him already," the Marquis smiled. "Oh, I love you, Carla sighed. "But I shall always be frightened that I might bore you and that you will find someone more attractive than me." The Marquis laughed. "That is impossible. You know it's impossible. All I want is to be alone with you and teach you about love. I am willing to bet every penny I possess that neither of us will ever want anyone else for the rest of our lives." "So how could I ever want anyone else but you?" Carla asked. "And if I love you very, very much, perhaps it will be enough, and you will not find lovely ladies like Penelope attract you any more." "It would be impossible," the Marquis said quietly, "for me to find anyone quite as beautiful as you, or anyone who has something other women do not have, and which I want you to give me." "What is that?" Carla asked a little anxiously. "Not only your heart, but your soul," the Marquis said. "I want every part of you, my lovely one, from the top of your head down to your feet." Carla put her arms round his neck. "You say the most perfect things," she whispered, "and I don't believe there is a man in the world who is as wonderful or as marvellous as you." "That is what I want you to say," the Marquis replied. He kissed her and went on kissing her. The whole room seemed to be lit by a light that came not only from the sun, but from within themselves, a light which was divine, a light which is the love which comes from God. It gives to men and women the glory and wonder which is heaven itself. They find it when they find love, the true love which never dies, but goes on from now until eternity. Love for Eternity, written by Barbara Cartland.